don't destroy it further.
Okay.
Yes. Welcome. There is a morning, morning.
We are climaxing our Heritage Month for today, and I'm dressed up as a Ghana woman going to a function. So the girls wear red and white in very interesting ways, and this is one of the ways that you can rock this look in my turban, my red, and then the white underneath. I have a Ghana proverb for you. Money ana le akejuo fui. Money ana le akejuo fui. So you go with the one that you see. So if you are not here for the intro, I will run with it with Motiti or Valerie.
And so, a lot of broadcasting.
Don't waste time. Just keep going.
Go with the flow.
Keep going. Go with the flow. You get it. You get it done. So that's just to encourage you. Go with what you have now.
Yes.
And as we climax Heritage Month, all the lessons that you've learned from this month of March, carry it along with you throughout the rest of the year. And by all means, speak your own language.
We've got conversations on tourism, Supreme Court, youth, and your messages on 055-556-1034. The Deputy Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, Mark Okreku-Mante, is our guest today. What are your suggestions for improving domestic tourism in Ghana? Let us know, all right? Hashtag GTV Breakfast, live on YouTube, live on Facebook, live right now as you're watching us at home, all right?
Ayariga will be joining us for a conversation on what the minority is doing over the passage of the E-levy bill in Parliament. And so they are heading to court with the AG.
We have Tuwazafi for breakfast.
Yes.
For you, it will be E-breakfast. We'll be eating it here.
Tower Dance and Sembo will also be taking us home for the Heritage Month series.
Indeed.
Boy, what a month we've had.
Not be small. Day 31. My wife was asking me, is it over? I said, yes, today.
At long last.
The battle is over. We'll continue next month.
We'll hand over to Motiti, who is standing by to bring you breakfast news at 6.
There is all.
Good morning, that's about. Thank you for joining us on GTV Breakfast News at 6 a.m. in Yulinapa Maltiti, and we're climaxing Heritage Month today on GTV Breakfast. We hope that you keep being proud of your culture and representing in your culture. Stories making headlines this morning. The State of the Nation's address that happened yesterday. Also, conversations around the E-levy and some news on the international front. Let's start off with the State of the Nation's address. And the Tamale interchange, inaugurated on Tuesday, is the latest within Ghana's infrastructure space, being the 4th interchange in Ghana and the first in the northern sector. By the MPP administration, President Akufo-Addo says his government is committed to ensuring equity for development across the nation. Delivering the State of the Nation Address 2022, the president touted the Youth Start program for young entrepreneurs as one of government's initiatives to reduce youth unemployment. He also cautioned against threats of coup d'etat, which can mar the country's democratic reputation.
Like all major construction projects, it is evident that the initial schedule we gave for the completion of Agenda 111 was overly ambitious. We have every intention of seeing this project through to its successful end, which will enable me to commission all 111 hospitals before I leave office on 7th January 2025. The computerized school placement system is currently ongoing, and the latest batch of JHS students will soon embark on their free SHS and free TVET education. The TVET institutions are being upgraded and equipped to enable them train the increased numbers of children that we want to be attracted to that sector to meet the modern needs of our economy. Within the next few months, the construction of 5 technical colleges will begin in various parts of the country. 3 technical institutes will be upgraded to tertiary status. The initial phase for the construction of 9 TVET campuses will commence next month in Bosumtwe, Achimewisa, Boakon, Kenyase, Patuda, Dambai, Larabanga, Guabuliga, and Tolibri.
Mr. Speaker, we have proof beyond the education, agriculture, and manufacturing sectors to show that we have been using state revenue to expand infrastructure across other sectors and improve lives.
And still on the State of the Nation's address, President Akufo-Addo says the current economic challenges have created a sense of anxiety among Ghanaians, and understandably so. He says people are anxious about the economy, the cost of living, income levels, jobs for youth, and issues on the general development of the people. Nana Akufo-Addo says all is not lost and called for support to bring hope to the people.
It was without the typical heckling from the minority, with an approach akin to one of let's listen all the same. There was no boycott, no hoisting of placards or uniformed costuming. The minority is contesting the passage of the E-levy at the Supreme Court. They hold the view that the majority group lacked the quorum to pass the bill Tuesday. Parliament was full to capacity with the presence of all those who matter in the country's political decision-making. The 2 political parties were ably represented by their general secretaries, John Boedu for the MPP and Johnson Asiedun Ketia for the NDC. President Akufo-Addo kicked off with an open admission of the worsening living conditions of the Ghanaian.
I know that there is a general sense of anxiety in our nation at the moment. The Ghanaian people are anxious about the economy, the cost of living, income levels, jobs for young people, and even about issues on which we all thought we had achieved a national consensus.
He spared a moment to congratulate the Black Stars.
Mr. Speaker, I hope you forgive me if I begin by asking members of the House to join me to salute the management, technical, and playing teams of the Black Stars. Who against the odds beat the Super Eagles of Nigeria in Abuja yesterday.
The post-SONA political debate was no departure from the prevailing pattern. The minority sees nothing phenomenal in the address.
Basically, in my very humble opinion, it's a State of the Nation's address. You are supposed to tell us what the state looks like as we speak. And the reviewing year was just the last year that had just passed. All that the president did was to come and regurgitate a manifesto promise. All he was doing was just promising Ghanaians. And what Ghanaians really wanted to know is exactly what the state was, which in my opinion he never did.
The majority does.
First, our minority brothers could not have any chorus, any song. They could not make any noise. They were shocked. Our minority brothers were amazed. The presentation done by our president with respect to our State of the Nation's address in the area of the economy. He did 2 phases, pre-COVID and then COVID, post-COVID. He talked about our agricultural sector, touch irrigation systems, warehouses, dams, done to improve rice and maize growing, education sector. Even he went to the extent of touching creative arts, that the project is about 75% completed.
President Akufo-Addo's message to the nation follows the announcement of a raft of policy measures to jumpstart the economy. It explains perhaps why the content was mild on the economy, its current difficult place, and a recovery strategy.
On COVID-19 in the State of the Nation's address, the President says the processes have begun to establish the National Vaccine Institute in the country. It is a proposed National Vaccine Institute to implement the strategy to enable Ghana to begin the first phase of commercial vaccine production by January 2024. He said a bill will soon be brought to Parliament in this regard.
We had to learn some very hard lessons. And our belief in the need for self-sufficiency was reinforced when vaccine nationalism was played out blatantly by the rich and powerful countries. Mr. Speaker, the Presidential Vaccine Manufacturing Committee, which I set up to respond to this obvious deficiency, has put in place a comprehensive strategy for domestic vaccine production and the establishment of a National Vaccine Institute to implement the strategy, which will enable us to begin the first phase of commercial production in January 2024. A bill will shortly be brought to you in this House for your support and approval for the establishment of the National Vaccine Institute. This pandemic exposed other shortcomings of our country, which have undoubtedly contributed to the anxieties that have befallen the nation. Agenda 111 was born out of this necessity to address some of these shortcomings.
Now, the minority leader in Parliament, Mr. Haruna Idrisu, and two other minority MPs have filed an application at the Supreme Court to challenge the passage of the electronic transaction levy E-levy by Parliament into law. Messrs. Idrisu, Mahama Ayariga, and Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa won the court to declare the passage of the E-levy as unconstitutional and therefore null and void.
Parliament did not have the right quorum to pass the E-levy as provided under Article 1041 of the 1992 Constitution, which was interpreted by the Supreme Court in the case of Justice Abdullahi versus Attorney General on March 9, 2022. According to the applicants that are the minority leader in Parliament, Mr. Haruna Idrisu, and colleagues, minority MPs Mahama Ayariga and Samuel Okujeto Ablakwa, at the time of the second reading for the passage of the E-levy, there were only 136 MPs present in Parliament instead of the required 138. They want the court to therefore declare the whole proceedings, including the second reading, third reading and voting to pass the E-levy as unconstitutional, now void and of no effect. The plaintiffs also want an order from the court to set aside the passage of the E-levy by Parliament. They also want the Supreme Court to declare that Parliament lacked the required quorum to vote on each clause of the Electronic Transfer Bill 2021 before the House when the Speaker puts the question for the bill's consideration.
The ECOWAS Court of Justice has fixed July 13, 2022 to deliver judgment in the case in which 3 anti-graft agencies are challenging the government of Ghana over the Ajapa deal. The panel of 3, presided over by Justice Edward Amwakwa Asante, sets the date after the applicants and the Attorney General's Department made their submissions before the court on Wednesday, March 30, 2022.
Transparency International, Ghana Integrity Initiative and Ghana Anti-Corruption Coalition sued government over the Ajapa deal. The anti-graft institution suit is based on government interference with the people of Ghana's right to permanent sovereignty over national resources guaranteed by Article 21 of the African Charter on Human People's Rights and Articles 2.1 and 2, 3.1, 16.1 and 17.3 of the Revised African Convention on the Conservation of Nature and Natural Resources. On Wednesday afternoon, lawyer for the applicants, Mr. Olumide Babalola, argued that there must be proper consultative processes for the deal to ensure transparency and for that matter, as part of its reliefs, wants the court to suspend the Ajapa deal until due process is done. The Attorney General's Department, represented by Chief State Attorney Madame Dorothy Efriye-Ansah, arguing, prayed the court to dismiss the application as unmeritorious and frivolous and a waste of the court's time. She contended that government seeks to serve the Ghanaian interest in the Ajapa deal. The AG has also raised preliminary objections in relation to the capacity of the first applicant, Transparency International, to sue government since it is not registered under the laws of Ghana.
Let's move to education, where Deputy Minister for Education, Reverend Intim Fojo, says the free SHS has become a game-changer policy that has opened a new chapter for young people whose education would not have gone beyond secondary education due to financial constraints. At a public lecture in honor of President Akufo-Addo, the Deputy Minister said although some successes have been chalked in improving Ghana's human capital base via the free SHS, there are challenges that needs to be given a second look, including quality and infrastructure.
On 11th February 2017, President Nana Akufo-Addo announced the policy to make senior high school education tuition-free, thus paving the way for Ghanaians whose parents could not afford to pay for their fees to go to school. It's been 5 years since the government rolled out the policy, but there are still hurdles to be cleared. These include lack of infrastructure, teacher shortage, inadequate teaching materials, and delays in the supply of funds. At a public lecture in honor of President Akufo-Addo, Director at the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, GIMPA, Professor Samuel Bonsu, said he fully endorses the free senior high school policy, describing it as a prudent decision so far taken by the government. On how to achieve workable solutions to ensure its success, the Director called for the expansion of infrastructure, suggested the collaboration with the private sector, notably private school owners, who have spaces to lease them out to government for the infrastructure needs.
Could it have been that students who would otherwise attend private secondary schools were now enrolling in the public ones because they no longer had to pay school fees? It would suggest that the private school owners would have plenty of space available. Instead of the government perhaps rushing to build new schools under the stress that it endured over that period, there could have been an alternative. And that alternative would have been going into agreements with the private school owners who had space, leasing these spaces as an immediate measure to absorb the problem or address the problem, ease the accommodation burden that arose.
A Deputy Minister for Education, Reverend Intim Fojo, entreated all Ghanaians to put politics aside and commend government for making the free senior high school a reality. He encouraged the citizenry to come on board to contribute ideas to make it work.
Has free SHS been successful? Yes, it has. But the next question is, has it come without challenges? No, they came with challenges. How did we overcome them? Together. How did we do it? We listened. And so for it to continue succeeding, we must keep listening. And so the government has that position, and the Ministry of Education, we have the position of listening to every idea. We will not discount any idea that comes from any stakeholder, because it is in listening to these that we can continually make this better.
The lecture was on the theme, consolidating the gains of the free senior high school policy, protecting the legacy for future generations.
Let's move to health now, where the Mental Health Authority has begun enlightening students on mental health issues. It marked World Bipolar Day with students of the Odogono Senior High School in Accra, educating them about the different types of mental illnesses, the telltale signs, and the treatment required. The head of promotion at the Mental Health Authority, Dr. Yaw Amankwa Arthur, was hopeful that although many are oblivious to mental health issues, reaching out to educate them could correct myths and change negative perceptions attached to mental health issues. A report by Sarah Uthuri.
Predisposed to anxiety disorders, sexual abuse, drug addiction and stress. These are usually symptoms of mental illnesses or conditions. If not managed properly, could have dire consequences on the students,
peers, family and society as a whole. According to a tutor and counselor for Dogono Senior High School, Mr. Isaac Osebunsu, the students are given confidential counseling and referred to psychiatrists or psychologists where necessary. Over 1,000 students were given a comprehensive education on mental health, the causes, symptoms, the triggering factors, treatment regimen, and how to relate to patients or persons affected. Madame Cecilia Ashale is a person who lived with bipolar.
Now, welcome birthday present for the president and an amazing gift for the nation as the Black Stars booked a berth with your qualification to the Qatar 2022 World Cup. President Akufo-Addo described their qualification to the Football Mundial as a moment that lifted the spirit of the nation. He, however, appealed to the Ghana Football Association's president, Mr. Ketu Kreku, to maintain the current technical team that led the Stars for Qatar tournament.
Against all odds, the Ghana Black Stars secured qualification to the 2022 football showpiece in Qatar come November 2022 after a tense win over their arch rivals, the Super Eagles of Nigeria, at the Moshood Abiola Sports Stadium in Abuja, Nigeria. For completing this daunting task in a stadium the president of the Ghana Football Association described as a lion's den, the president, Nana Akufo-Addo, invited the team to the Jubilee House, the seat of government, to officially congratulate them on behalf of Ghanaians for a successful feat. The team was led by the Minister for Youth and Sports, Mustafa Yusuf. He said the chance given to him by the president has been delivered.
Your Excellency, you charged me to ensure the qualification of the Black Star for the World Cup in Qatar. And by the grace of the Almighty Allah, our gallant men are here, made the entire nation proud yesterday by qualifying Ghana for her 4th FIFA World Cup at the expense of our brothers, Nigeria.
The president of the Ghana Football Association, Mr. Ketu Kreku, said the Black Stars weathered the storm to secure qualification to the Mundial in Qatar.
We traveled into the Lions' Den. For those of you who were at the Moshood Abiola Stadium yesterday, you will fully understand what I mean by to play in the Lions' Den. Mr. President, throughout my footballing career, I've never seen a hostile atmosphere like we went through in Abuja.
To the interim coach of the Black Stars, Otoado, the team is looking forward to Qatar.
Surely everybody's happy. We qualified for the World Cup. This was our aim. And yeah, we're looking forward for it.
An elated president, Nana Akufo-Addo, congratulated the Stars and described the qualification as a moment that lifted the spirit of the nation.
So we have to thank you. You lifted the spirit of the nation, and now the nation has every reason to look forward to your performance in Qatar. Everybody's going to be behind you, and we're going to give you all the maximum support that we can. The ministry, the officials of the Ghana Football Association, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and all the organizations in the state that work with sports and football will give you all the support that they can. The arrangements that they have made with you before are all going to be properly honored and made sure that everybody feels properly recompensed for what has happened. I myself am organizing a special package for you before.
He urged the Ghana Football Association president, Mr. Ketu Kreku, to maintain the same technical team for the tournament.
Mr. Kreku, whatever you can do to make sure that the team stays together, at least until Qatar. Then afterwards we can take the long-term decisions.
President Akufo-Addo promised a special package to the Black Stars for their qualification.
The Black Stars did us proud. The Black Princesses are doing us proud as well, and we're still reeling in the excitement and the victory at Abuja. That's how we draw the curtain on GTV Breakfast News at 6 a.m. I am Napa Maltiti. We'll take the weather report, after which Tower Dance Ensemble will bring us a cultural performance as we climax or wrap up Heritage Month on GTV Breakfast. Stay with us.
The show was a jar or bar anyone concurrent dim.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria. Lufat.
Injija woman malaria enka won to them. Lufat, a malaria drop a cup.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And I Lufat. Lufat, a two malaria sententem. FDA, I saw a dead in Kratway Ajatum.
And they call me UJ. When you need a shoulder to cry, run on my pamper, so we try what you side. Let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the bottom gonna do. We go straight to side. And I gonna take you to next level. Oh my baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. Oh my baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to next level. Oh my baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't code next level. Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Oh, today he has been extra sweet, and the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way for protection against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
Hey, tell me more. Tell me more. Hey, tell me more. Tell me beer.
They ma worry me. Watch me, you come 1 week, Mr. Oh, now who
Hey, Buga, nothing. Senior, name me any more. Cut down, my business is a collapse. I'm out of balance.
Don't take quick credit, Jinka.
Quick credit?
Yes, quick credit. Upesika.
e dey start adwuma bi. Wo hia bisia e dey atre odwadiem. Wo ye government and a private worker. Wo pesika dey ate hot so. Wo ye bosumi adwuma. Wo ye sika dey bibi ntempai so. Quick credit be ma wo loan e mo atua ne kakra. Na enije sem kese ne se a collateral free loaner, susu, savings, account opening, and a deposit as MBA. Here and say, Ghana card. 2022 year, 1 year Juma, now 1 hour young. We need excuse here. It was 03022 00390 and 05969 20833. But see na quick credit take us auto out.
The show was a jar oba any unconcron dim.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria. Lufat.
Injeja woman malaria enka won to them. Lufat, a malaria drop a cope.
And now you may kiss the bride.
Entrance Pharmaceuticals and Research Center. And I Lufat. Lufat, a 2 malaria sententem. FDA.
The Ghana Broadcasting Corporation crowns this year's Heritage Month with a choral festival, dubbed GBC Choral Fest 2022, to highlight the essence of indigenous Ghanaian choral music.
Theme: Yenara Assassini, a celebration of Ghanaian choral music heritage. Thursday, 31st March 2022 is the date. Venue: the festival begins at 4 p.m.
Featuring GBC Evergreen Choir, GMPC Choir, Tema Philharmonic Choir, Amazing Choral Ghana, Greater Accra Mass Choir, EP Church Central Choir, and the Apostolic Faith Church Orchestra.
This program would be telecast live on Unique FM, gbcghanaonline.com, and other GBC social media handles.
Let's celebrate GBC Choral Fest 2022.
Good morning. Thank you. Tower Dance Ensemble. That was an amazing performance indeed. Culture at its best, and you can't get it anywhere than right here on GTV. The hashtag is Heritage Month on GTV, and we are climaxing the month today. We've been celebrating and showcasing different parts of our culture beautifully. That is the hashtag to follow is GTV Breakfast. We are live on YouTube as the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation, live on Facebook as the Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. And today I'm Queen Mother from Kwewu Abetifi, and my name is Nanahima Amafokuo. That's my given name for today. We're going to have a discussion around climate change, and climate change is impacting communities in every country across every continent. We have rising sea levels, extreme weather events, disrupted economies, food and water insecurity. We have conflict. We need urgent action. We need new partnership and ambitious ideas. And it delves right into my next conversation. We're going to talk about climate change, but this time climate change incorporating the youth, because guess what? The youth are the future leaders of the country. And we have Andy Okra. He's an HR consultant and host of Youth Climate Summit. And then Cedric Jelu, he is a global climate change youth ambassador, and these gentlemen are here with us to have a conversation around Youth Climate Summit 2022. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, and thank you for having us.
Happy Heritage Month. I see, Cedric, which region are you representing?
I am from the Volta region, and so you would want to call me Togbe V Jalu from Jalukope.
Togbe V
Jalu.
From Jalukope.
Yeah, that is the son of Togbe Jalu.
Right.
Yes.
How about you, Andy? You're looking very corporate, traditional Ghanaian.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. As you said, it's a traditional month, so I decided to put a traditional corporate wear on a Thursday. But if I knew you were going to put on your cloth, I would also come here with my cloth. You know, I'm coming from Asante region, Utumfos, Nana, so I would have come with my regalia. But I will show it another time here.
Definitely, most definitely. All right, let's get into matters. This Creative Youth Summit for 2022, the theme for this year's summit is confronting our individual and collective roles in addressing the climate change crisis. Why this theme, Cedric?
There's no denying the fact that climate change is disrupting lives and, truly speaking, affecting every discipline. There has often been the call for government and multinationals to act, to take an action. But we at the YPYC, under the leadership of Mr. Andy Okra, has saw the need that what about our individual and collective role? What can people do in their capacities and riding on their professions and expertise to contribute to the climate change solutions? Hence this theme, confronting our individual and collective roles in addressing the climate crisis.
Climate change has been a problem for a number of years. Is this the first time your outfit is taking it up? And why?
Thank you, Valerie. As you are spot on, and this is climate change is a global issue over the years, and it's still going on, and that is what is threatening our sustainability and as a people and an ecosystem. YPYC, you know, for the past 10 years, we've been here and we are grooming leaders who blaze the trail, and they are doing well, raising transformational leaders and doing a lot. But YPYC is responsible for leadership and development issues. Yeah. So we realize that we are creating leaders, but if we are creating leaders and the world's problem now is global issue, which is climate change, and we are not doing something around that, then what are you training the leaders for if the climate is not good? So for the first time, as you rightly said, YPYC decided to focus on climate change, that we would now integrate our young leaders, our student leaders we are grooming into climate change. And we believe that they have the ideas, they have the skills, they have the energy to come and profess the innovative solution we need to address climate change. That's the reason why we are doing it for the first time in YPYC, leveraging on the leadership platform that we have to raise these leaders for the world.
Right. Because you have been interacting with these young leaders for a number of years, what do you think is the disconnect between the youth and looking at matters or trying to take matters of environmental, climate change issues at heart? What's the disconnect? What causes that rift?
We are very much convinced that young people are concerned about making a contribution in their communities. However, the disconnect is the awareness, the capacities, and the tools that young people need to make this contribution. Young people are blindfolded and are expected to make a contribution. And so we seek to step in and fill that void, to be able to provide the platform, the tools, to ensure that they are equipped to be able to engineer innovative solutions in addressing the developmental issues that confront them, including climate change.
Okay. You want to add something?
Yes, to add that there's serious disconnect. They are really not involved in the environmental issues and the climate issues, simply because they think that is something that this is a science or a scientific area, and for that matter, we are not involved in them. There should be some aspect. But we believe that these are the same people who grow, become the scientists and the people. We need to get them involved.
If I were to speak for the youth, don't you think at this time maybe the youth are preoccupied with probably unemployment issues and other matters? Maybe that's adding to the disconnect?
Spot on. That is the case. Because of the unemployment issue, they think that, but that is the drumming home of this conference. At the end of the day, you will realize that through climate change, we can solve the unemployment issue. There's a breakout section at the end of it all that we'll do. That two groups, one will be looking at the policy level, one will be looking at the technical level, and one of the topics to look at is climate change entrepreneurship. You'll be surprised and amazed that through entrepreneurship, some individuals have come out with innovative ideas, they've created enterprises, and they've engaged people, and that has really solved their unemployment issue. That's why we want to open up for policymakers to know that through climate change, unemployment issue can be solved. So that is the link.
Okay, what are some of the avenues and some of the links that can be entrepreneurial, youth inclusive, and then help the cause of climate change as well?
When you pick the climate change crisis in itself, there is a sense in which you can connect it to a discipline. For instance, climate change affects agriculture, affects food security. Climate change has everything to do with our health and health system. Climate change has a question on transportation, all area of human endeavor. And in that space of challenge, we find inspiration, we find the need to provide innovative solutions. So for instance, in agriculture, we are confronted with the issues of drought that threatens food security. The innovation there that goes at the heart of entrepreneurship is how young people can come up with innovative ideas to address the drought situations in their communities. And we at the YPYC level have the platform to provide young people with the tools that can help them with design thinking, and also to be able to access grant funding, to provide this funding for these young people to be able to implement these solutions.
Okay, so I'm looking at how your outfit will be able to perhaps infiltrate into areas where the youth are so focused on, for instance, mining, chainsawing. How are you looking to break into that?
Thank you very much, Valerie. That's why this summit, we have the two key sectors involved. Government sectors, we have the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. The minister is coming himself. They've started certain initiative. We are pushing that, like you rightly said. It's a lot of young people that engage in youth in mining. That's why we need to get them and get a real workable solutions to that. The minister is coming, and after that, whatever the young people are also going to say, we are going to ensure that we shape it into the policy that the minister is pursuing. Two, we have the sector minister for environment, science, technology, and innovation. Their outfit also representing, and he himself coming. We need to influence that policy to ensure that, look at the polythene alone, how it's killing us in our environment. Do you know that through this, and there's a clear case here in Ghana here, where refuse has become gold now. we need to push that idea. What are we doing? We have to leverage what has been started by certain individuals so that these young guys can go into that using technology to transfer these refuse into money. So that is what we are pushing to get it through this meeting. So we are getting these high-level people there. We have experts from NADMO and others also coming, where the platform created by them will expose them that they need to rather channel their strategies to the young people and use them to facilitate, like Cedric said, the thinking system they put in place to be able to come out with this innovative. That is the platform, and we are there. And again, we are also connected to, we are bringing the funding people.
Okay.
The Climate Investment Fund, the whole Climate Investment Fund in US, the CEO, the lady herself, and her senior operation people are on the panel so that they will understand and see where one of the topics is mobilizing funding for climate change, so that they can see where they can really put their resources to help these young people to implement these innovative solutions.
Right. Can you also give us some scenarios where there has been effects, good or bad? I'm thinking bad in this case on climate, agriculture, farming, and the youth.
I want to shy away from any thinking that we would want to draw positivity from the climate crisis. The vulnerability, the risk, and the damage that is causing is unthinkable. And for us, we want to concern ourselves deeply and solely on those styles. Truly speaking, when you look at all areas of life, for instance, let me pick the farming community that you talk about. Farmers have communicated how production has reduced because of the change in rainfall pattern, and how they are unable to ensure that their yields, the way their normal yields as expected, is being harvested, but that is not forthcoming. And the issues of drought. Young people who are into farming are complaining that when they are confronted with drought, the sources or the assistance that they need to provide irrigation services are not forthcoming. And so this is the extent to which you can measure the real impact. And if you look at this summit, the program, one of the thematic areas to consider for the panel discussion is assessing the real impact of the climate crisis. To what extent are individuals and organizations affected? We want to be able to measure these impact and want to be able to account for them so that we can be able to tailor the solutions in addressing them. And ask me, beyond agriculture, there are many areas, in fact, all areas are confronted with climate change. Journalism is confronted, sports is confronted, health is confronted, our transport system is confronted, and at the heart of it are young people, women and children who are the most vulnerable and affected. It is for this reason that we think that it is only appropriate to mobilize the creme de la creme of Ghana's youth, the youth leaders, both in school and out of school, to be able to come forward and engineer innovative solutions to address the crisis in their own communities.
Right. So let's talk dates for the summit. When is the Youth Climate Summit happening, and venue? Are there any links to get to? How do people register, and costing as well?
Right. Thank you, Valerie. Just to add to that, I'll just quickly.
Okay.
We want to drum home that look at the flooding when it happens in Accra. The effect of that is climate change. Look at wow, Keita, you saw that.
Yes.
This is what really, look at our people there, how they've suffered, and we have to. This is what we are talking about, and we expect our young people to have solutions so that it won't happen again. Now, from what you said, the summit is happening tomorrow, 1st of April, 2022, at Accra International Conference Center, just down here. And the time on the program on the dot is 9, but registration start at 8 o'clock. Please, you come, it's first come, first serve. Again, it's strictly by registration. You need to. A lot of institutions have registered, and we're expecting to see them. The most important here, you have to come and come on time, and then we expect that it's free. Admission is free, but the only caveat is make sure you've registered. If you want to register, the simplest in Google or search for YPYC Ghana. Our social media handles, both Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and all those things are there. But the simplest thing, you can pick the number is 055-835-7200. 055-835-7200 or www.ypyc-gh.com. Our website, you can get information, get registered, and let's see you tomorrow morning at Accra International Conference Center, 8 a.m.
8 a.m.
Yes.
8 a.m. is for the registration process,
yes.
But it begins exactly at 9 a.m.
Yes.
No Ghana man time
at all.
Thank you, gentlemen, for spending your time with us and sharing these insights with us.
Let me thank GTV for all the things that they've been doing for us. Yeah. In fact, I must say that this 15 years of YPYC, there's not a single summit that GTV, and for that matter, GBC, created this platform, and especially the current DJ is a great man. And I think I love your outfit and love what we have seen here. We went to the holding room and our people were amazed. So thank you, the leadership, for what you're doing, and keep thumbs up for you.
Oh, we appreciate those words. So we've been talking the U Climate Summit 2022, and our guests have been Mr. Andy Okra, HR consultant and host of U Climate Summit, and Mr. Cedric Jelu, Global Climate Change Youth Ambassador. The hashtag to follow is GTV Breakfast, hashtag Heritage Month on GTV. And we are climaxing our celebration today, and we are having some indigenous food in studio. I mean, you should be here to smell the amazing aroma. So we're going to shuffle off quickly to tea, and she's going to tell us what is cooking in the corner. The hashtag is GTV Breakfast. It doesn't get any better than here.
You didn't say where there is food, there is still.
No, I won't. I don't want to be mean.
TZ for you. Oh. Not a full one. Only half.
It's fine. It's
because
fine.
Everyone knows that I am the food person on this table. And so thank you for joining us. Heritage Month has been quite exciting. I'm here with Ima Aishetu. She is from Haji Amoda Special at Newtown. So if you know Haji Amoda Special at Newtown, you know that that's where to go for authentic tuwo zafi. I've deliberately kicked Motiti to the other side of the studio so that she doesn't interfere with the goodness happening on this side. Ma, yes, welcome.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Auntie.
I came to TZ to have. So I admit that I've never prepared it myself at home. I've always enjoyed it at your place, the one at Makola, what's that place called? Then there's one at Opera Square, and there's some two at 37. I know a lot of tuozafi joints, but today you are going to blow me away with Ono Wafi. So we are making TZ, the northern delicacy, right? Yes. So we are going to go through the ingredients that you have. I see pretty standard stuff. Yes. Mini sabola ika mo. Ene mini.
Ufanene shito ke sabola if you wa mixi do ogbele.
Okay. Ke ogbena ngbe wa ya kejeje me.
Okay, ke wo shije ene hu meat steam le fine.
Je bo makwe.
Ufane nano. Ke wele ke mini.
Ufana sana.
Ufane dabi.
Oh, mamine. Yo, e wane meat.
Kewele, kemini.
Okay. So we have our meat here, we have wele, and then we have tripe. The Nigerians will say shaki. They are still mourning from their loss to the Black Stars. So there's shaki in the house. We call it tao, but it's tripe. And then the vegetables are also set. Malano.
Ufane.
Fine.
Ufane mutulo no waka afi to mostly to zafi koke mutulo fe. Yeah, very nice.
Ayeko ni akemutulo fe.
Oh, mofia bola ke mofia mo ke choice.
Mofia mo ke style ni ke yo.
Yeah, wo boli to zafi ele. Ko ta no you know enjoy ke mutulo ya.
Mutulo me type of mutulo.
Oh, mutulo to mo zomi.
Okay. No ni jema rough.
No ni mi ehin kan.
Okay. No ene hu lo shilafi o ye mi alo.
Ufane dabi.
Okay. Well, mommy Flobia, you know that I'm a guy when I mention the James Brown because mommy Flo sebe Flo kenofia. She not towards that.
Dabi.
Okay. Ofane. No.
She moko make warmi.
Okay.
Oh, moko make warmi.
Like hausa me ame small dawa wa because no.
Dawa no work a few green one. Well, like we stew than we wonu. Nake yo.
No obi ane bi no wa feel how we na stew.
Okay.
Ke why am.
Okay. Over na bia ne Ken for a door. Okay. Sabulaye. Bawum.
Okay. Sabulaye fawa. Iwe tamagbagbwe enyi ene ken oflow.
Oh. Tamagbagbwe 6.
Okay.
Idra.
Ubanyo flow le bofen bono smalo.
Ofia mo kebeni
ehu oni.
Ehu oni. Sure na ke sano feel bibi bina feni ocheye. Koni esilo ya.
So my Shetu is saying that you need to chop the onions into small pieces so that they cook quickly. And then you can get this done in as little time as possible, which I think is great because if you are spending all day at work, you need to do this very, very quickly. You will be an Sabola, what I may be few.
Makani, you be me bash few. Sunday me ash few.
If I, and mammy quachola until easy, a small Sabola, or no few on a me bash. Oh,
auntie, sometimes a Sabola, tomato says, and no fear not feel natural. Call feeling a kae, one I can to buy enjoying.
No, traction, dating tomatoes, low no.
Oh, what tomatoes by machine. Sometimes I call about failures. I don't make sure I can any me a fire me
tomatoes. Okay, so she's advocating for us to use more of the fresh vegetables rather than, for example, canned tomatoes or tin tomatoes, which may not have a fresh taste when compared to the regular the fresh vegetables. So onions are in the palm oil. It's smelling delicious already. Tomatoes is standing by. There's a pepper mix down there by the road. And in my Shetu of Hajia Mother Special at Newtown. Hajia Mother Special. Chomo any potene yo in Newtown.
Yeah, Newtown. What I can area where you go actually Angola. Ko shake them, you know, old timber markets. Jeme woyo.
Ake Newtown, Angola. That's where you can find Hajia and her special tuozafi. It's a great place, and you can enjoy this particular dish from there. So the thing is on fire. We're going to be dashing off to do a bit of sports, and then when we come back to this table, we'll find out how far Ma Aishetu has gone with her cooking. Ima, obasa obeko. Iwo channel. If you yafi, una keje chele benene sani mekume. Wa yeni ni wako chufa. So we'll be back. Titi is standing by with sports. Thank you.
Thank you for staying with us on GTV Breakfast. Dasaba Yule Napa Maltiti, and we're wrapping up Heritage Month on GTV Breakfast and on GTV Breakfast Sports as well. Stories will be looking at the president hosted the Black Stars after their victory over the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Also be looking at the draw for the World Cup. What group is Ghana going to be in, and who are we going to be meeting in the World Cup? Also, we'll look at the death of that Zambian official on the pitch at Moshood Abiola Stadium when the Black Stars play the Super Eagles, and also the Ghana Premier League and tennis. Let's start off from President Akufo-Addo. Yesterday hosted the Black Stars technical team and management members at the Flagstaff House to show appreciation for their gallant display in securing qualifications to the 2022 World Cup in Qatar at the expense of the Super Eagles on Tuesday.
Nigeria for completing this daunting task in a stadium Football Association described as a lion's den. The president, Nana Akufo-Addo, invited the team to the Jubilee House, the seat of government, to officially congratulate them on behalf of Ghanaians for a successful feat. The team was led by the Minister for Youth and Sports, Mustafa Yusuf. He said the chance given to him by the president has been delivered.
Your Excellency, you charged me to ensure the qualification of the Black Star for the World Cup in Qatar. And by the grace of the Almighty Allah, our gallant men are here made the entire nation proud yesterday by qualifying Ghana for her 4th FIFA World Cup at the expense of our brothers, Nigeria.
President of the Ghana Football Association, Mr. Keto Kwaku, said the Black Stars weathered the storm.
So on Ghana's 4th FIFA World Cup, meanwhile, President Akufo-Addo has promised the Black Stars players a special package as a token of his appreciation and recognition following the team's qualification to the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar on Wednesday. President Akufo-Addo met with the players, technical team and management at Jubilee House to convey his gratitude. The president expressed satisfaction that the Black Stars qualified for the World Cup during his presidency.
You lifted the spirit of the nation, and now the nation has every reason to look forward to your performance in Qatar. Everybody's going to be behind you, and we're going to give you all the maximum support that we can. The ministry, the officials of the Ghana Football Association, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and all the organizations in the state that work with sports and football. We'll give you all the support that they can. The arrangements that they have made with you before are all going to be properly honored and made sure that everybody feels properly recompensed for what has happened. I myself am organizing a special package for you before.
He urged the Ghana Football Association President, Mr. Keto Kwaku, to maintain the same technical team for the tournament.
Mr. Kwaku, whatever you can do to make sure that the team stays together, at least until Qatar. Then afterwards we can take the long-term decisions.
President Akufo-Addo promised a special package for the Black Stars.
Black Stars will know their group opponents at the World Cup by tomorrow when the draw for the 2022 FIFA World Cup will be held at the Doha Exhibition and Convention Center in Qatar. Qatar will take position A1 from Port 1, where they will be joined by the 7 highest ranked qualified teams from the FIFA Coca-Cola Men's World Ranking. And so we will know who Ghana is meeting in the World Cup in Qatar and who we will be playing against. Nigeria football authorities have refuted reports that a Zambian CAF official died of injuries sustained during a riot at Tuesday's World Cup qualifier between Ghana and Nigeria. The NFF confirmed the death of the Zambian CAF official Joseph Kabungo in a statement Tuesday, but said Nigerian newspaper reports that Kabungo died of injuries sustained from a beating and stampede are false. NFF General Secretary Mohammed Sanusi said Kabungo was found gasping for air near a locker room as officials were testing players for illegal doping. He said the official was taken to a hospital but died soon afterward. In a related development, some Nigerian fans have expressed disappointment in the current Nigerian squad for failing to qualify them to the World Cup ahead of Ghana. Here are some of their reactions.
They played us 2-2. We are out. Last year, the same thing. We played Tunisia. Tunisia removed us. I mean, me, I am tired of watching Nigeria match. I want to live long. I don't want to continue to have heartbreak. These guys have given us enough heartbreak. I mean, my grandmother, my own grandmother, if she's alive, she will catch that ball. Thank you, that goal. Thank you. My grandmother, if she's alive, she will catch that ball. Yes. This greediness and tribalism and corruption will not help this country. Will not help this country. Yo. As far as I am concerned, the only one thing that is remaining for this country that is keeping us strong is this team. Yeah. After when you leave this team off, it's finished.
This video is sponsored by NairaBet. Go to www.nairabet.com or download the app to enjoy the best odds. 1-1 draw. We need to go to the World Cup. Now the meaning be that. How you see the match?
My brother, I'm very, very sad. I'm uncomfortable. My neighbors are calling me. What my neighbors told me before coming here this evening
is happen. I'm not satisfied. I'm not happy. I'm looking for a where I will go and rest. I cannot go to my house. My brother, coming here, I'm very, very disappointed with the Minister of Sports, Sunday Dare. I'm disappointed with this current government. What I saw last time I watched match here, I didn't saw today. There is no light in this stadium. There is no sound system in this stadium. I'm saying I went round to check everything. If, as I'm talking to you now, if you go around, you will see old generators, abandoned generators that companies and parastatals agency push away, dash. They are here. We have light in this stadium. No sound system is working.
Sure.
It's very, very wrong. I'm panic. For the first time in the history of this stadium, we came out in masses.
Over 80,000.
VIP tickets. Don't see space to enter and watch it. It's bad. It's coach. All the clue of Nigerian football. They should sack all of them, and we don't want to see them. We don't want to see them in the history of Nigerian football. Even their name should not enter.
Interesting reactions there. Let's look at the Ghana Premier League now. And Hearts of Oak dropped points in the Ghana Premier League yesterday after drawing goalless with Brekum Chelsea. The reigning champions are now 12 points behind league leaders Asante Kotoko, who will be locking horns with Choral United at 6 p.m. today. And we'll be looking at the table and the fixtures and the results from match day 22. Adriana Stars and Legon Cities, it was a 1-1 draw on Wednesday, 30th March yesterday when they met. Ashanti Gold beats the Lions of the North RTU by 4-0. Brekum Chelsea and Hearts of Oak, it was a 0-0 draw. Dreams FC and Bechem United was also 0-0. Great Olympics and Wafa was a 2-2 win. Elmina Sharks beat 11 Wonders by 2-0. And on Thursday, today, 31st March, the games that will be played, Mediama SC will take on King Faisal. Asante Kotoko will play Choral United. Accra Lions will take on Bibiani Gold Stars. And let's look at the bottom of the league table, the top of the league table. Asante Kotoko is leading with 45 points. Top of the league table in suit is Bechem United with 38 points. Adriana Stars in third place with 38 points. Great Olympics right behind them with 36 points. These are the top four. Asante Kotoko, Bechem United, Adriana Stars, and Great Olympics. When we look at the bottom three, RTU were just beating 4-0, 22 points. 11 Wonders, 21 points. Elmina Sharks, bottom with 15 points. These are the bottom three in the Ghana Premier League table, 2021-2022 table. Now, New Zealand crashed Solomon Islands 5-0 in the final of the Oceania qualifying tournament in Doha on Wednesday to seal a World Cup playoff berth and keep alive their hopes of a first.
Coming live from the capital, this is the Breakfast Show.
Shoulder to cry, run on my pumpy, so we try was suicide. Yeah, let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the bottom gonna do, we go straight to stardom. And I gonna take you to next level. Oh, baby, oh yeah. The energy next level. Back, baby, oh yeah. I'll take
go next level.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Oh, today he has been extra sweet, and the way he looks at me.
I have done everything by the book. It's on. Hey, but I have to get some condoms, Charlie.
Using a condom will protect you and your partner from HIV, STIs, and unplanned pregnancy. Condoms are an effective way for protection against HIV infection. Don't take risks. Use a condom every time. Always come prepared.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
The groom is sick.
What?
Malaria.
Malaria. Lufat.
Indeed, woman malaria and kawon to them. Lufat, a malaria drop a cope.
And they call me UJ. When you need a shoulder to cry, run on my pampas, so we try to suicide. Let bygone be bygone. I didn't see what the button go do, we go straight to stardom. And I go take you to next level. Oh my baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The energy next level. Back baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll take you to next level. Oh my baby, oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't go next level.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended for persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
I am 7 years old. Beep, beep, beep.
I am 4 years old.
We are 12 years old.
It's been 1 year since I started my antiretroviral treatment.
You can live a long, productive life with antiretroviral treatment. With antiretroviral treatment, HIV-positive expectant mothers can have healthy HIV-negative babies. Go to the nearest health center, test and know your HIV status. If you are positive, ask about antiretroviral treatment and you will receive help. Antiretroviral treatment is your only option for a long and fulfilling life.
This advert is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission and Ghana Health Service.
Wow. Hello.
Yes, Daddy.
Oh, Sidi. With your voice, no teaching my okay. I can't live without you. Talk to me.
Daddy, the money.
Oh, yeah. I'm in short to I just think too. Oba money for you now that you'll be able to me. What is it? Have you real phone? Yeah, me and my wife. What is it?
In your Beneto, you think slave queens are cheap?
Oh, no matter.
Just use ZPay to send me 1,000 Ghana cedis. After all, the charge is only 5 cedis.
No problem. Come inside. Surprise visit.
The money.
Oh, okay. ZPay mobile money. ZPay.
Oh, thank you so much. I can even use the same ZPay mobile money to pay my bills. Now let's
dial *270# to pay all your bills with ZPay mobile money.
ZPay Shatumu Direct.
Also
SIM cards in Ghana must be registered again with only the Ghana card. Yes, only the Ghana card.
You will not be able to make voice calls, use mobile money services, internet, and all other services linked to your SIM card if you don't.
To register, dial *404# and follow the prompts. You will be required to send the following details on your Ghana card: Ghana card number, surname, first name, date of birth, and sex.
You will then receive a special code which you will present to your nearest service provider agent or customer care center for your biometric details to be captured. Remember to add your digital address.
Dial *404# on your phone to start registering your SIM card today.
For more information, contact your service provider on 100 or the National Communications Authority on toll-free number 0800 110622. Register your SIM card to stay connected.
The Ghana Broadcasting Corporation crowns this year's Heritage Month with a choral festival dubbed GBC Choral Fest 2022 to highlight the essence of indigenous Ghanaian choral music.
Theme: Yenara Assassini, a celebration of Ghanaian choral music heritage. Thursday, 31st March 2022 is the date. Venue: the festival begins at 4 p.m.
Featuring GBC Evergreen Choir, GMPC Choir, Tema Philharmonic Choir, Amazing Choral Ghana, Greater Accra Mass Choir, EP Church Central Choir, and the Apostolic Faith Church Orchestra.
This program would be telecasted live on Unique FM, gbcghanaonline.com, and other GBC social media handles.
Let's celebrate GBC's Choral Fest 2022.
Ayo horo di oho leke milajia. Mabedi. Avako. Macho koklovi. Ocho kokloji Daniel. Avako is a hawk. Koklovi is a chick. Kokloji is an egg. So a hawk does not grab a chick for you to respond by throwing an egg at it, because you're just going to make the problem worse. The chick has been taken away. If you use an egg to throw at the hawk, you're going to smash the egg. So probably you should find a rock, or don't make things worse than they already are. Okay, avako. Macho koklo vi ocho kokloji Daniel. That's your ever proverb, and you're up to date with some serious ever sounds. Try pronouncing avako. Good to have you here. My name is Kafuide. My guests are Dr. Lawrence Tete, founder and president of the Worldwide Miracle Outreach. A great thing happened with him yesterday. We'll talk about it later on. And we have Sheikh Arimiyal Shaibu, spokesperson for the National Chief Imam, who is here with us. Gentlemen, assalamu alaikum, shalom to both of you.
Wa alaikum salam, shalom.
Good to have you here.
Good to see you again,
cladded
in this wonderful, colorful outfit, showing the tradition and the respectability of the people of the Anglo,
and the
Apedome.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Aumafia and Afede, fully represented here. Okay, we're going to look straight at the big issue of the day, which has to be the SONA, the State of the Nation's address delivered by the president yesterday. Let's give you a couple of highlights from that address, and then we'll get on the line and speak with Dr. Eche Kanku, who is a political communication expert. So let's first of all look at some of the highlights, some of the things that the President said yesterday in the House of Parliament.
Was without the typical heckling from the minority, with an approach akin to one of let's listen all the same. There was no boycott, no hoisting of placards or uniformed costuming. The minority is contesting the passage of the E-levy at the Supreme Court. They hold the view that the majority group lacked the quorum to pass the bill Tuesday. Parliament was full to capacity with the presence of all those who matter in the country's political decision-making. The two political parties were ably represented by their general secretaries, John Buedu for the MPP and Johnson Asiedun Ketia for the NDC. President Akufo-Addo kicked off with an open admission of the worsening living conditions of the Ghanaian.
I know that there is a general sense of anxiety in our nation at the moment. The Ghanaian people are anxious about the economy, the cost of living, income levels, jobs for young people, and even about issues on which we all thought we had achieved a national consensus.
He spared a moment to congratulate the Black Stars.
Mr. Speaker, I hope you forgive me if I begin by asking members of the House to join me to salute the management, technical, and playing teams of the Black Stars. Major construction projects. It is evident that the initial schedule we gave for the completion of Agenda 111 was overly ambitious. We have every intention of seeing this project through to its successful end, which will enable me to commission all 111 hospitals before I leave office on 7th January 2025. The computerized school placement system is currently ongoing, and the latest batch of JHS students will soon embark on their free SHS and free TVET education. The TVET institutions are being upgraded and equipped to enable them train the increased numbers of children that we want to be attracted to that sector to meet the modern needs of our economy. Within the next few months, the construction of 5 technical colleges will begin in various parts of the country. 3 technical institutes will be upgraded to tertiary status. The initial phase for the construction of 9 TVET campuses will commence next month in Bosumtwe, Achimewisa, Boakon, Kenyase, Patuda, Dambai, Larabanga, Guabuliga, and Tolibri. Mr. Speaker, we have proof beyond the education, agriculture, and manufacturing sectors to show that we have been using state revenue to expand infrastructure across other sectors and improve lives. We had to learn some very hard lessons, and our belief in the need for self-sufficiency was reinforced when vaccine nationalism was played out blatantly by the rich and powerful countries. Mr. Speaker, the Presidential Vaccine Manufacturing Committee, which I set up to respond to this obvious deficiency, has put in place a comprehensive strategy for domestic vaccine production and the establishment of a National Vaccine Institute to implement the strategy, which will enable us to begin the first phase of commercial production in January 2024.
So that was the president in the House of Parliament yesterday. On the line, I have a political communication expert and senior lecturer at the Ghana Institute of Journalism, Dr. Eche Sikanku. Eche, hi, good morning. Welcome to the show.
Hi, big man. Good morning.
Good to have you on. Putting on your political communication lenses, how would you analyze the delivery of the president yesterday at the State of the Nation's address in Parliament?
Thank you very much, Kalfui. In doing a communicative analysis of the president's speech, there are a couple of things that we would take into account. First of all, the context within which this communication was taking place, the sort of meanings that he sought to portray, the major frames that he used to construct his message, and then the communicative strategies or the rhetorical tools he used to convey his message. We would also have to look at another aspect of communication, which is the non-verbal part, or which is the kinetic, and that's what a lot of us who do semiotic analysis engage in, the non-verbal aspect of it, because that says a lot as well. So now, if you look at the general disposition of the speech, and when we come to the non-verbal, we talk about the demeanor, the facial expressions, the gestures, the articulation, the setting, the clothing, the appearance, and what he seeks to communicate. If you put all of this together, you realize that the president was in a very buoyant and exuberant mood. And that is not hard to get, because the context of this speech came within a certain context and within a certain background, which is that the Black Stars had just won a match, which qualified them, or at least had just secured qualification, not won the match, but has secured qualification into the World Cup. The president has just commissioned the Tamale Institute, which to him he said is a bigger birthday present, and so it had a huge significance for him. And lastly, the very much controversial, much debated E-levy had been passed. This was the background against which the communication of the State of the Nation address was taking place. And we should also forget that the fourth factor, which was the very high level of prices, the hardship that is taking place in the country right now, and the increasingly hard times that Ghanaians are facing, the fuel prices and all of that. So this was the backdrop against which the speech was being given. And so you realize that in terms of communication, in order for him to have a very good beginning, arrest their attention, and at least get the involvement of Ghanaians, he decided to start with the Black Star.
Yes.
And so that was as a communication person, that's a good strategy. And so he started on a very, very bright and happy note, congratulated the Black Star. But right after that, you see the contrast. He moved from congratulating them to immediately acknowledge the general sense of hardship. So we moved from happy to sad. But the president needed to do that because masking the happiness of the Black Stars win were very palpable situations. Don't forget that the finance minister had just given a major economic speech to address what a lot of Ghanaians were seeing as the increasing descent into the abyss of economic hardship. Even for regular folk, you would admit that things were getting harder than before, not even talk about those on the lower side of the ladder.
Right.
And if you do the analysis of the State of the Nation address, which we've been doing over the years, you realize that one of the goals of the State of the Nation address was to be able to read the mood of the nation, tap into that mood, and address the state of the nation head on.
Did he succeed in reading the mood of the nation, do you think?
Thank you very much. I think he did to some extent. Why do I say so? Because when you do a communication analysis of it, you look at the words that he used. You look at the meanings that he tried to convey. He says, I know there is a sense of anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
He personalizes it and uses what we call a parallelism or a repeat in terms of his rhetorical tool, which is to repeat the same sentence structure 3 times in order to make a point. It says, from the focus, from the vantage point as president. Then he repeats again, from the focal point as head of government. Then again, from the enviable position as husband, father, and grandfather. So you realize that this is an effective way of personalizing and saying that I understand the mood and I know what you are feeling.
All right.
At some point, he uses, in terms of words and language uses. At some point, he goes ahead to say that we are in dire times. And so he uses the word that there is no doubt that we are in difficult times. So I think that the president is very much aware of the raw anger and feelings that people have. I don't know whether it remains to be seen if the policies will address it or those feelings have been assuaged. But definitely, the word and language users show the president who was very much aware of that.
Okay, briefly, you talked about non-verbal. What did he not say that was important? Or how did he look? The things that he didn't say, what was he communicating?
Well, in terms of things that he didn't say, and the State of the Nation address, you can only do as much in the State of the Nation address. I think that the biggest thing that Ghanaians were looking at, you and I will agree, is the E-levy. So if there was a big thing, a big elephant in the room that he didn't address, it would have been surprising he didn't say that. Well, he went ahead to express his enthusiasm or happiness that he was passed. That might be the only paradox, because most Ghanaians are not enthusiastic about that.
Right.
But he went ahead to mention his enthusiasm about it. So there's a schism or there's a paradox over there.
Okay.
Yes, I mean that's one of it.
All right.
And then also, and then also the electricity and the power outage. I mean, he made a point about it being over, but we all know it's not over.
Okay. And briefly, last question before I let you go. He talked about the battle being the Lord's. Why do you think he keeps saying this? We heard it when he was trying to be president, but he's still saying it. Who is he talking to?
Right. Let me say this, that one of the ways in which presidents appeal to the population is through religious appeals. We've all heard it, that religion is the opium of the mass. And we do know that this is a very religious country, I mean, for what it's worth, I mean, let's not get into it, but on the surface, we do know that. And we know this has been a very big mantra of his campaign. And so he wants to sound consistent. He wants to pursue that narrative that we have a higher power who is going to fight for Ghanaians and come and redeem them from the current state of hardship that they are. So it ties in with his broad themes. The things that we didn't hear about mostly are free SHS, the Galamsey, and other things, but we all agree that that is no more as big of an issue as it was before. But he keeps repeating this, and he actually ends on that note. It's the last thing that he says. And so if you look at the State of the Nation address and his language, there is a consistency when we talk about his ideology and his values.
Right.
There is this certain consistency that the battle will be for the Lord.
Okay.
The question then is, has this been over-repeated or overused? Or will this have the same resonance with Ghanaians? I think in terms of the analysis of the meaning, that is where the concentration would be. And I think it's left with Ghanaians to see whether they will still buy into the battle is the Lord or it's been used one too many times.
It's a pleasure talking to you. Dr. Eche Sikanku is a senior lecturer at the Ghana Institute of Journalism and a political communication expert, looking at the tone and the style that the president used to communicate his message at the State of the Nation's address yesterday in Parliament. Coming into the house with, this is our own House of Parliament. I'm the speaker here with my co-speakers. We have 3 speakers. Sheikh, I'm going to start with you. No, I'll start with Doc first.
Right.
Doc, you must have followed the State of the Nation's address, got snippets of it. What's your general reading of what the president said yesterday?
I think, to be very honest with ourselves, governance is not very easy. It's a very difficult thing.
That's why the battle is a lot,
and
right?
Yes, and uneasy lies ahead that wears the crown. Sometimes if you are in that position, I was looking at him at 70, 80 years old. He's standing on his feet for 1 hour, 8 minutes, almost 1 hour, 30 minutes there. And you need to be constructive. You need to read the script that have been read from you. These scripts come from many homes. I mean, if you followed some of this script before, you'll be surprised how many people's language are in the script. The comments, the food stuff, the food reading from all the stakeholders, and to also make sure that even the street, road things he's saying are things that has come from very good sources. And so I just congratulate him. First and foremost, that it was around his birthday. Black Star has won, and every leader, every president, whether it's CPP, NDC, MPP, if Black Star wins, it's a credit you take advantage of it. So I think he came out very sharp by congratulating the Black Star, something that unites the entire nation anyway, because like the gentleman rightly said, one of the greatest unifiers in this country is, of course, sports. And the Black Star, for a very long time, people underestimated us. And so for us to have gone to achieve that in a place like Nigeria is a big statement. So I want to wish the president well. And then also this mantra, for me, is very important. The biggest constituency in Ghana now for anybody is a religious constituency. And more so, like my brother Sheikh will agree, the Christian community is a big one. And so, if you notice, when it comes to election time, every Muslim leader becomes a Christian, and every Christian leader becomes a Muslim. Sometimes I think they use us. Because you see people...
You feel it, eh?
Yeah, I feel it. I feel it. You know people who are very dogmatic and very strong Muslims, and they come to church and they say Amen and praise the Lord, lift up their hand, kneel down, and you know this one is a fake. And then I see them go to the mosque too. Yes. You see people who die hard Christians that you know where they stand, and then they go and they say Allah Kubala and everything. But having said that, I think the supremacy of God in manning the nation is very important. And I've always said that righteousness exalts a nation. When the righteous rule, the people rejoice. So I would pray that the battle in the Lord should be a walk and not just a talk. If we walk that talk, if all our leaders would genuinely mean what they say when it comes to God, God will lead them to see them through.
I'm just intrigued. I wonder whether the politicians also visit the traditional priests. Because do you think so?
They do. Politicians.
They go everywhere.
Politicians will do everything. But that is why I must confess that I love the politicians, but I don't want to be a politician.
You don't want to be a politician?
No, because sometimes it makes you even compromise your stance. And it's you go to the fetish. I've seen politicians go to sit at fetish priests and then they give a calabash and things. And at the end of the day, you don't really mean what you are doing, but you are compelled to do it, to be all things at all times. So, Sheikh, I'm sorry, but I don't want to be a politician. I'm happy where I am.
Sheikh, I don't know whether you want to be a politician, but you can comment on that and tell me about your views on the State of the Nation's address.
Thank you very much. And I know we'll come there, but congratulations to Reverend Dr. Lawrence for the honor you conferred on him yesterday. Yeah. And we'll have time to comment on that.
Yes.
And I had a privilege to represent the old man also at the SONA yesterday.
Okay.
That is in opposition to, I lost as somebody I called a father and a mentor, that Western Regional Chief Imam.
Oh, he passed?
Passed, and he was buried yesterday. So the Chief Imam had given a delegation. He couldn't go, and I should have joined. But because he sent me to this one, I could not join. So my congratulations, my condolences to myself and to my relatives and to the general Western Region Muslim community for such a great loss. Having said so, I have had a privilege to sit in the SONA a couple of times, and I think yesterday's one was about the third one. What I saw as a sharp contrast, and I think I was glad, I saw the discipline this time in the Parliament. I must congratulate members of the Parliament. Contrary to what I knew, and sometimes it makes me feel so disappointed in our politicians. But yesterday was a sharp contrast. I saw a respect for a president, and it was allowed. The normal heckling was absent. The only time you saw a seeming commotion was when the majority leader was going to make a proposal for the adjournment of the meeting, when he said, I think, proposing Saturday or so, and the opposition declined to accept that. That was only when you had some noise. But it was generally, I mean, you saw discipline, and I think I was happy. I want to see discipline myself, so I was happy with that. But with the content, I think that humility to accept where we are in our economy, for me, was exceptional. To be humble, not to give a certain picture as if everything is rosy when we know that things are not in the best of shape. So for me, starting on that note, I think it's one of the things also, so that even if you wanted to sharply criticize him, okay, he's already, they say he that is down
needs fear no fall.
Needs fear no fall. So what else are you going to say? He's told you, look, I accept this reality. And for me, for any leader, at one point, that is how you should address it. Look, gentlemen, we have a problem. We have a problem. Can we all come to do something now about it? So that for me. And then one other thing that also made me felt that he was honest with himself was to accept that the Agenda 111, for example, are overly ambitious. You see, but in our normal adage and proverbs, you say if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. Under the circumstance, he needed to give hope. And he thought that, look, let me have a very big, ambitious, plan to do something to address a prevailing crisis that we were in. And COVID, we all know, as it set in, I mean, it threw us into some confusion, thinking that we could do A or B. So for that thing that he said, for me, was also some honest, position he took, that yes, that was my wish. I had this wonderful, but these motivational speakers, all the time will tell you, he said think positive, and then they say think big.
Think big.
And many people have been saying so. So I think I will not fault him when he said that he wanted to do this agenda. Thirdly, I think one of the things that also gives me hope, and I saw his honesty, was that he has already said that he will not overstay his term. And he said he will live to really commission those projects, health projects. And then he mentioned before he leaves office, January 2025. This is an admission that his position is transient and is terminal, and when it comes, he will have to bow out of power in order to allow another person to come in. I think those were things that I really, really found that they were very, very good for our the issue about industrialization that he mentioned. For me, look, going beyond this automotive, industry that we are all talking about.
And he's launching in the Nissan plant today.
Look, it is part of the nation's ambition, and it must be that industrialization has suffered this great setback in this country. serious setback. So,
because we used to make radios, we used to assemble cars in Ghana in the 50s and 60s.
That is why I always say, devoid of the politics, pardon me, anyone who is in the position, pardon me. For me, any president, any government that comes that is able to give us a certain couchy way of getting our vision, that a P1 child will be able to say it. Ghana beyond aid. You don't have to suffer to memorize this. You don't have to suffer. You can say it's ambitious or all right. But beyond aid, what does it mean to say we are beyond aid?
Self-sufficient.
Self-sufficiency. Self-sufficiency.
Yeah.
Yes.
True independence.
True independence. And if you want to be self-sufficient and you can't industrialize, you don't produce your own things, your economy is import-based. Your balance of trade, how do you get a favorable balance of trade if all the time every single thing, I felt sad even the parliament, when we're going to refurbish the parliament, China.
Yeah, China checks.
Oh God. we don't have carpenters.
Come on, man.
We don't have carpenters. No one can justify this. I will never accept any justification from any quarter that our parliament needs a furniture and we go to China. And that is why for me, this idea of 1D, 1F, please pardon me again, doing politics, any other president can turn it into another expression. If it means accelerated industrialization, then it's something that we must support. Let's get our factories. So the automotive things that are coming and other things. Agriculture. The mainstay of our country is agriculture. I cannot assess and say this is where we have reached, but I will never accept, I can never justify why Ghana should import tomatoes. I can't accept it. And recently I was told that cassava was imported from China.
Yes, there was a back and forth. The ministry came and said
I hear the minister said it's for the industrial purpose, even for industrial purpose. Even for industrial purpose. We don't have the land in Ghana here to have a certain category of farmers that will plant that industrial cassava. Bancho. Minya. Banchapse.
Banchinomics. Duade.
Hello? Banchi de ye fufu.
Banchi was ye gare.
Banchi
Banchi. So it means that it gives you the utility. You know? You see the utility in this crop.
In Ebre, it's called agbeli, which means there is life.
And in Ghana, it's called duade.
Duade. Agbeli, there's life. But the life is coming from China?
I mean, even for industrial purpose, we should not even mention it at all. We should not accept it. We must have outgrowers in this country, not outgrowers, but farmers who, if we think that there is a certain species of cassava needed for industry,
go for it.
Then look, one day I was traveling from Bronhafo to Yeji. I saw the vast land. At one time I was traveling from Bolga to Wa, and I saw the vast land, and there was no plant on it. So I can't understand why we should import. Look, Nigeria now is self-sufficient in, what do you call it, rice production.
Yes, because
when they wanted to do so, they locked up their borders.
And got a Ghanaian to do that policy.
Wow.
Yes, the Ghanaian who is in charge of that policy.
Now, so I want to see Avaime rice. I am prepared to eat Ghana rice.
Big time.
Seriously. I don't care how it tastes.
Let's eat it.
Because it is a means by which we can give money to our farmers, give employment to our youth, and boost our agriculture. And so, if the minister is listening to me this morning, I am suggesting strongly that the president spoke about agriculture, but I think we should look at it again and see how we can, so that our industries can be boosted. Indeed. But generally, I think that, and then the president was in his very good mood, very good mood. One of the comics, or if the humor, when he mentioned the Tamale flyover. Yes. Flyover. He did something like this. I don't know who he was talking to.
You see?
And we all broke into laughter. I didn't know whom
he was talking to. Yeah. Those who know.
So
he's been in the courtroom for a very long time, so he knows how to use his body.
Use the gestures.
But you know, I must say that by and large, we are getting there as a nation. I fully agree with Sheikh how Parliament was composed yesterday.
Yes.
That the maturity was shown. The fact that there was no hurdling, even between MPP and NDC, sometimes people go ahead.
Yes. The Speaker said it, that people are looking up to Parliament, not looking down. So if they are looking up to you, you must express some level of
So dignity. I think what they've gone through in the past was good in a way. It has sharpened them. And a lot of people are realizing that people are watching them much more than they can imagine. And nobody yesterday wanted to go out of that. I believe all the comments were good. And let me also say this to MPP leadership, that criticisms are good in every aspect. Sometimes when we get feedbacks, even if it's coming from an enemy, my father said there are two sets of people you can't impress. First, your enemies. You cannot impress them, God, your enemies. Anyway, whatever you do, they will not like it. The second group of people you can't impress, my father said, are your friends. They love you for what you are. They know you messed up, they know you lied, they know you are not doing the right thing. But your friend is your friend. So I want to commend Parliament and say congratulations to all of you to have composed yourself yesterday. And those of us who have the privilege to have watched you have come there are realizing that something has changed in Parliament. And I agree with Sheikh. So congratulations.
Okay.
And let's quickly also say that though the opposition composed itself, it doesn't mean that they agreed with everything the president said.
And they're actually going to the Supreme Court to
sometimes I watch on the television, you find some winkings.
Yes.
You know, he said something, I see one member will look at him. Some will smile, but smile, you find that smacks, you know.
It's kind of a tempered smile.
You know, I mean, you could see.
Yes, and actually, we're in the next hour, Mr. Mahama Ayariga will be here in the studio, inshallah, to speak with Thelma on the case that they are taking to the Supreme Court over the E-levy. So yes, it looks nice and rosy, but of course there are things that.
But that's what
it's all about.
Democracy is all about. I think that for me, democracy is not war. And the moment we get to that understand that democracy is not war, we'll handle democracy with some level of decorum. We needed that debate. In fact, the maturity that was shown yesterday, and even to the extent that NDC is taking it to court, shows that we are taking the pattern of rule of law.
Indeed.
And that's democracy.
Okay, that's democracy. What do you think? What's the state of the nation? How did you find the president's address? What's the state of your nation? We want to know. 055-556-1034. This show is live on Facebook, is live on YouTube. And for those of you who are catching us for the very first time, because I found people like that at Dr. Tete's event yesterday, you are watching GTV, and my guest, Dr. Lawrence Tete, Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete, as Sheikh always says, and Sheikh Armia Shaibu. Speaking on the issues, Thelma is dressed in red and white. I wonder how they say red in Ghana. Red and white, and she shared a green message.
Or if it's something like this, you can call it Kojang.
Kojang.
Oh, you know. Kojang is a tree.
But that's what the Ghans also refer to, the red cloth.
And the Dangwes call it Chuchu.
Chuchu. So what is Chuchu Blema? Or is different? Something different?
Chuchu Blema is a Ghana, means the olden days.
But Chuchu is different from Chuchu.
Chuchu is also Blema.
But Chuchu
is the Dangwe one for the red. The Kojang. So you don't say Kojang red. I remember I used to tell my mom, oh, I think Kojang red. My mom says, you can't say it's Kojang, it's Kojang. Kojang is always red. So you can't say Kojang. It's tautology.
What about Chuchu?
Sorry?
Chuchu.
What about Chuchu? Chuchu is a name of a girl.
A girl, a fourth girl. My mother is Chuchu, a fourth girl. My brother comes from Su. The name is Chuchu, not Chu.
Okay.
So it's a fourth girl.
Kai is a third girl.
Yes.
The fourth is Chuchu. Away.
Thank you for sending your messages to us. Our WhatsApp number 05555610034, climaxing our Heritage Month on GTV. So comments made by persons are their own opinions and not the thoughts of GBC. Sheikh has hit the nail on the head, is what this one is saying. Why should we import tomatoes and even rice when we could produce and eat our own? I believe learning from Dubai and Rwanda, our problem is simply Leadership. Try and keep your comments temperate. I've seen some people using a few words I don't want to repeat, so keep it temperate. It was great to see representation of all political parties at the State of the Nation address. We are indeed united in our common commitment of multi-party system of governance in our country. Alhaji Dauda Medina Estate says good morning to you, and good morning Trisha, and says good morning family. And kudos to your august panel. Without God in our initiative, we are bound to fail. The battle is confidently the Lord's. I was a bit disappointed in our president. I was expecting him to be in African wear because we are celebrating our heritage. Please forgive me to expand this. I believe in leadership by example. Eric Hakuna Matata Kufoidia. I always love it seeing Sheikh and Reverend together. Elsewhere, two religious sect leaders cannot sit in peace. Ghana is indeed a beautiful place to live, and that is according to Eric. So kudos to our two honorable guests. Thank you, Kafui. Good morning to you as well. This is Good Morning GTV Breakfast. This is not the state of the nation, but the state of promises. Everything by this government is the best or first in the history of our country. You told us Oforewa they were from Ejumako in
Salt doesn't praise itself.
Salt doesn't praise itself.
Okay.
Ghana does not import cassava from China. Honorable Eric Opoku should stop the lies. So this is quite a long one, so I'm just going to go to the next one. Nane Kuyamwabuating, aka E-levy is good. Good morning, CAF. NDC and their hypocrisy. They always scandalize the court when court rulings did not go to their favor. They presented another weak case to the court expecting to win. So
is Nana E-levy the judge?
That's Nana E-levy is good.
Is he the judge?
Speaking. Hashtag we love to see GTV Breakfast Show. Good morning. Mohammed Shafai Husseini from Kaswa, and you are greeting your people. I'm sure they've seen and acknowledged the greeting. Another hashtag GTV Breakfast. I really enjoy this morning with you guys, this month with you guys. You take this month and make it beautiful. Honorable CAF and his beautiful ladies. We want more of this. God bless Ghana and God bless GTV. Cheers to Black Stars. Jane from Kumasi. Master Planner joins with his own comments. Good morning, GTV. I really enjoy your programs. You are unbiased and your programs are so educative and entertaining. God bless you for the good work you're doing for Mother Ghana. WhatsApp number is where we are reading our comments from. And Seth Kwejobuating Kumasi Daban says, let's all welcome the passage of the E-levy and prepare to pay a little for the development of our country. And to the Black Stars, we say, Ayiko, well done, boys. You have made us proud. Go for gold at the World Cup.
So for my
more
people
messages coming in. I'm just going to scroll to the top. Hobson. Good morning, CAF. Your panelists have done justice to the issues devoid of politics. Kudos to them. But I want to see a political panelist on the show to make it hotter, please. Hobson from Ashaiman. So Hobson is here for the heat.
Hey, he was a heat.
He's just here for the heat. Thank you for sending your message. Ohene, thank you, Papa, for your leadership to the Ghanaian youth and the church. More messages coming in on our WhatsApp number. This government thought he can do all things without listening to a nation crying, but we have a living God. Charles says, good morning, GBC. You've celebrated the Ghana month very well. I wish you do it 1 week in every month. Kudos. Charles, you should come to the studio and see how cold it is. Half the time we can't even, we are just trying to keep ourselves warm. GTV, I've enjoyed the Heritage Month with you. It's another one with your dressing. I wish you could continue this showcasing of our culture. Emmanuel Kwekwe from Tema. Emmanuel, follow Red Cultural across social media platforms. They've helped us to put all our looks together this month, and we encourage you to also dress Ghanaian everywhere you go, and I'm sure you will stand out at any event. Red Cultural is the handle to follow if you want such looks. My question to the Chief Imam Rep is, when will Muslims begin their Ramadan fasting? From Alhaji Dauda, Medina Estate. Maybe Sheikh would want to answer this one before we continue with more messages.
Direct question.
Possibly. Friday, the first, we are likely to do the first sighting.
Tomorrow.
And so Yeah, and so Ramadan is likely to begin from the 2nd or 3rd of April.
Okay.
Yeah, but the chief imam will make an official announcement if the money is cited. Or not. Yeah.
Then it's great that we are having the Tuozafi today, because otherwise
we can't enjoy it during the fasting.
Then Sheikh will be writing names of those who didn't fast. Motiti's name will be there. Haji Aishetu will be there. So it's good we're having TZ in the house, and Hajia Mother Special from Newtown is the one who is helping us to make the meal, and the stew is already ready.
Yes.
And now they are going to be in the process of making all the greens that I'm sure you love to have with your TZ. The ayoyo soup, it smells divine. So Haja Aishetu and her ladies are with us in the studio, and they are helping us to make TZ. I've never made it myself, so if you missed the first part, go back and watch the video as well, and you can always catch a repeat of this program at 11 p.m. and then just have another bout of 4 hours of goodness. How about that? Okay, do I have time to read a few more messages? Indeed I do. And the food is still cooking. I'm sure it will be on your screens pretty shortly. GTV breakfast, I hashtag. The first question I always ask people ranting about the fall of the city is, are they ready to eat Ghana rice and patronize made in Ghana foods? Or say Bernard is asking. Daniel says, bad opposition character makes us poorer, not leadership. So someone talked about leadership earlier, and this gentleman came to respond. Ekufado met all my expectations in the SONA, and you're saying happy birthday to your loved ones. Papa, congratulations, 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 plenty congratulations. Bolare Jr. says, good morning, GTV, and the two great religious leaders. My suggestion to them is that they should always speak the truth to the politicians. They, the politicians, are taking us for granted. Educated and uneducated are out there suffering. Sometimes I feel like crying for my country. Bolare Jr. said so. Your panel is fantastic. No more political panelists. I've stuck with GTV all this month to listen to real discussions. Emmanuel said that. Good morning, Your Excellencies in the studio of GBC. Ghana must trust in the Lord with all its might and must not lean on its own understanding, and God shall direct its path. That's a Bible quote there from Minahanta Franco Bab of New Edibiase. Also asking the question, please, I rate cultural transactions economical, very, very, very economical.
What is he trying to say?
So it's trying to say if it's about affordability.
DM them now.
Just message them. Rita and Esinam and the rest of the crew, yes. They are exceptional and they are on time. They are always on time. They don't disappoint. Good morning, Honorables. I must say, I love the comportment of our Honorable House yesterday. They did Ghana good yesterday, though I missed their petty fights. Happy Thursday to Reverend and Sheikh. Quincy, I beg, I need your costume for a crucial meeting. Please come to GBC. I'm very, very happy to pass it on to you, and then I'll be very, very happy to take a photo with you wearing it at your crucial meeting. In the meantime, follow Rate Culture in case you are unable to make it to GBC, and they'll put a look specially made for you together. Okay, more messages. Or Bing says, good morning, my honorable Kafui. I wonder why the President of the Republic, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces and his leaders were able to bring much fleet to an institution of the National Ambulance Service. I don't quite see the question here, but those are your thoughts. Hashtag GTV Breakfast. We love to see that hashtag. Good morning, BFS. I'm a football agent and a sports analyst. I love the traditional way, Manye. Thank you. Manye. Thank you. That's how you people Manye should be calling me.
Mother of the community.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So the man is the town, the community. So the mother of the town or queen. Okay. Let's stick to Queen. Yes. Okay. Good morning, GTV. I really enjoy your programs every day, and I think E-levy has come to stay and also help us build Mother Ghana. From Core Virgin, Winneba. Hey, small, we'll get there. But this Core Virgin. Okay. Let me keep going. Long one. The president spoke well as usual. He touched on relevant areas. His plan for the nation is solid. I admire his conviction on the 111 hospitals. That will be a massive addition to our health sector. We pray that he delivers it for us. Abdul Latif said so. Nigerians must be banned from football. You can't just destroy stuff because your team failed to qualify, is what Mansour Quaino is saying. FY is sending us sticker after sticker. This is a football agent who has sent us a photo. I'm not able to verify what the photo is doing there. Good morning, BFS. I congratulate Reverend for his award. We should learn to celebrate people whilst they're here with us, not when they leave. Kindly ask him the abbreviation added to his name now, aside the DR, aside the doctor. What's the other abbreviation? We'll ask him. Thelma, the day GTV starts that political debate and unnecessary attacks, I will stop watching. I don't have the heart for that. Trisha has sent us fair warning ahead of any plans to do so or not. So the State of the Nation address delivered by the President of the Republic was to update us on certain key development issues and proposed developmental year. We know that. My point is, most of us do not comprehend long grammatical expressions, economic jargon, figurative expressions, and what have you. The only language we understand is one, possible grounds to create sustainable jobs, government readiness to support entrepreneurs, startups in the system, price of goods and services in the system is affordable, fuel price is low for consumers to afford without any difficulties, and then citizens feel physical cash or money in their pockets. Aaron Babako,
or e-cash.
They don't want the e-cash. This one says physical cash. He's clarified it. Palma, I'm coming right now for my TZ. Good morning. I'm going to miss this Heritage Month. Come for your TZ, okay? There's a lot to share. Good morning to everyone in the studio. You guys are doing a great job. But the most important thing now is to join you in the studio to eat that tuwo. I support this comment with all the bags. Culture is everything. Lady T, a.k.a. Manyan, Honorable Kaf, you guys do all with this Heritage Month. We do it because of you. You are the reason we wake up at 3 in the morning. I insist that our problem as a nation is leadership. This message says, we fail to appreciate that leadership is not only about the actions and inaction of the majority party or government party, but definitely includes those are elected representatives in opposition or the minority party. So those are your comments. I'm going to invite Motiti to come and spy what we are doing small at the table, because she thinks she's the Tozafi chef in the house. But we brought Haja Aishetu to give her a run for her money. Multiti, just start making your way. Just stay at the far corner. Don't try and be intruding into this part of the food making process. So I can see that our stew is ready and Haja is making the greens. Haja Aishetu.
Yes, Auntie.
So what's happening here?
Ayoyo.
Hi. Let me put this pen aside.
I'm saying if you are your jury.
When oba prepare oba chile ba ye che ke ko for he. Okay no ko for he.
Chile ba fe. Chile che fe. Je che fe no ba chile. Oh chile oba na ke ko ye black oba di flowers oba di.
Okay.
Che no jichu fa.
Yo. Okay no e ma no bo ke ba je e wo.
Da bi ko ke no e ma no be ke o ke dawa. Ewumi. Koke dawa wumi ke twa boke to bi mi lo ba ken wumi ni boke wumi o ba kwa nuwe nuwe
la ka ke me ko me on ke mo mi fitahe
ona ke we be ko ni ke she ayoyo wona no ni mi
wo ke wona no ni efe fresh ni e twa
boke mo mi efi
it supports me. So what she's basically saying is that you have to just bring the water to a little boil, put your dawa in there. You know the dawa spice. Put your dawa in there so it smells divine, and then you prep the leaves. You have to wash them with a little bit of salt, and then you know, you start putting it in there. You need some of the stalks in there so that you can get a good crunch, is what I think. So you don't take all the stalks of the leaves out. You just have to keep that in there. And then you feed it gently into your boiling pot of water. And then you are well on your way. There's a pot that's already ready here. It smells divine. Kaf, you should stay in that corner for the rest of the program. What it is that you're just enjoying the whole
enjoying the whole
That's
thing.
good. Okay, so we'll keep doing that. And then right from this one, we'll be doing the tuwo itself.
Yes.
Okay, so perhaps when we come back, we'll get to see some more of that action as well. Ima Aishetu is from Hajia Mother Special at Newtown, and she's here teaching us how to make tuwo zafi. Mwene ya Rollins Park because I get tuwo zafi at GTV studio. I'm not going to Rollins Park today. Opera Square, you're not seeing me today. 37, I'm not coming. It's in-house for me. And so who?
No, unfortunately she doesn't.
No, she doesn't. So I'll hand it over back to you, Kaf, and I'll stay at this side of the table until the food is ready.
All righty. Okay, thank you so much. Quick headlines before we talk about what happened, what went down with Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete yesterday. He said there's a call by the president to maintain this Black Stars team, the technical team, and everybody that made everything happen. And I think nobody really can disagree with that. Can they?
I think he just said the right thing.
Yes.
You know, after the AFCON, I mean, we all all disappointed. Yes. Even with the new team that was being put together, we had our doubts.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, when they were playing, usually when my heart is beating, I don't watch. So when they started, I switched the channel.
Straight up?
Yeah, completely. Then after some few into the game, I came back. Then I saw 1-1. When I saw 1-1, I said, hey, then
2 goals have been scored.
Yeah, please. So I switched off again, then wanted to see how it will end.
When you play, I mean, what were you doing when you switched off? What were you doing? You were just doing something else?
No, I do something else. Either I do reading or, you know. So when they gave me the interpretation, what it meant, having done the 1-1 over there, wow.
We are true.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
So given that this team had been put together and the short period and the magic that was used, the technical expertise and know-how brought to bear on this, and for me, if you have a good team, why do you
don't change your winning formula?
Yeah. Now we are not far away from the World Cup.
Yes.
The gentleman is good with all the technical team, then push them ahead and let's give them the support. As we do so, we keep God firmly fixed in the equation.
One time.
I agree with the president with the battle is the Lord's. Look, if you remove God in every equation of the human settlement, you are bound to fail.
Bound to fail.
So when we do the human side, give it the rest to the God, and let Him complete it for us.
It is so. Reverend Dr. Tete, as a former footballer.
Yes.
Yes. I know you're a former footballer.
I did.
Yes. I mean, looking at this performance of the game, of the team, and the president's call, hey, let's keep the team.
I think the president also made that statement because in the spur of the moment, the mood today is that the team has done very well.
Yes.
But going back to the drawing board, I think there's a lot of things to be done. Truly speaking, I think a lot of our players who were reluctant in joining Ghana and switching their nationality, this is the time they will. But everybody's going to World Cup. So I think it's a wake-up call for the team itself. If you notice, for the first time in a very long time, Jordan Ayew was asked to come and sit down for somebody to replace him.
After 45 minutes.
It means that nobody is anybody now. So the players, for me, this is going to be a wake-up call for all of them that you have to be hungry enough, you have to perform well in order for you to be included in the upcoming team. And now the competition is going to be bigger because there are going to be many more young guys out there who are performing extensively but have not played for Black Star before. So I wish them all the best. I congratulate them, and I said, yes, the winning team, don't change it.
Don't change it. She's on our winning team. We are not changing her, and she's keeping an eye on a couple of things before we come back and wrap it up with Dr. Tete and Sheikh Aremia Shaibu. Winning team member, Valerie, you do all.
Senior Sadua. Greetings to everybody. Greetings. So welcome to this side. The hashtag to follow is GTV Breakfast, and for keep an eye with our guy Jay. Remember, we went to an area around Ebony, and the grates were causing a lot of discomfort to people who lived in the area, sellers, and people who generally used that stretch. GTV results, GTV Breakfast, we get results, and we are back to that side because we have word that indeed when we showed you what was happening, authorities have gone back to the site and indeed they have made Ghanaians proud. And so we are going back to that site now with Jay to find out how GTV Breakfast has gotten results.
This is the moment people have chosen to pass in front of me. So like you rightly said, I'm at Ebony here at the Kwame Circle Interchange, here to report about the destroyed gratings. I wish they were missing though. If it were missing, it means somebody has stolen them. But that is not the case. I'm standing beside the first one here, and this has been destroyed for over a year. Commenters have been complaining for a while now, and apparently it causes a lot of havoc. For instance, if you are not careful and you fall into it, you will, your tire can't get burst. And I understand for the VVIP buses that pass here, the articulator trucks that pass here, a heavy load over a long while. So because of that, the gratings over here have been destroyed. Moving forward, you realize that it poses a lot of risk for commuters. And this morning, when we arrived, there was one small vehicle that was trying to show its might, but unfortunately, it couldn't, and it fell into the gratings. And unfortunately for him, there were some passerbys who were around, and then they helped him lift his vehicle out of the drain. I don't know if you've received footage of that. And so you realize that if you want to test your driving skill, this would be a very good place for you. I'm not sure DVLA is watching at the moment, but if you want to test your students, this is one place you can. And this side and this last one is quite close to the main road. So unfortunately for vehicles who can maneuver their way over the drain, they have to force themselves close to the barrier, to the main road, so that they avoid the drain completely. Otherwise, they will fall into it and might destroy their vehicle completely. This is the situation here at Ebony at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle interchange. Back to you, Kaf, in the studio. To this side of town. We are back here at Ebony, here at the Kwame Nkrumah Circle interchange, and we're here monitoring the situation. We are here saying keep an eye, get results. A couple of weeks ago, we were here to report about the state of the grates over here in Circle, and following our report, we'll be back here to check on it. And we are here. We are happy to say the grates have been fixed. There were a number of them here on this intersection, and I also want to commend Sergeant A.T. Boate. He's with the Accra Central Police, and he has been helping with control traffic here at this side for a while now. For some time, some vehicles were falling into the grates, and of course there was this one which was quite close to the curb and was affecting drivers. Fortunately, now that the grates have been fixed, now cars can pass on smoothly. So this is the state of the grates at the moment. You can tell the vehicles are just moving smoothly. Sergeant Echubuatin is on the job and ensuring that the vehicles move here safely as possible, because if not for him, there will be a number of vehicles that will be parking here and be disrupting traffic. Speaking of disrupting traffic, there's also pedestrians also used to cross the intersection here, but fortunately, once the grates were fixed, they also closed that side altogether. So now everyone now has to use the crossing that has been marked for pedestrians. Nobody can cross in the middle of the highway to the other side. So a number of improvements here at Ebony, here at the Circle, and we are happy to say keep an eye, get results. This is the situation presently. The grates have been fixed, the cars are moving smoothly. Just want to commend the also Central Municipal Assembly for doing such a great job. So for keep an eye, get results, this is Jay Gabra reporting. Back to you in the studio.
Welcome back. Thank you, Jay, for that report. And yes, indeed, GTV breakfast, we get results. So I'm going to hand over to Kaf, the Sheikh, and the Rev for them to continue headlines. Kaf, back to you. And
Thank you, the presenter. Awesome. So we're about to wrap this conversation and go into a chat with Mr. Mahama Ayaruga, MP for Boku Central. I sit down with Thelma to talk about the minorities' action over the passage of the E-levy. What's it all about? Where do they think it's going to go? How far? We'll get all those details. 055-556-1034. And then towards the end of the show, we'll be hosting Mark Okriku-Mante. He's the Deputy Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture. We are crowning our Heritage Month with a conversation on tourism and all the related issues. But before that, I cannot leave the studio without congratulating one of our panelists here, who was conferred the highest award from the Republic of Hungary. It's the Knight's Cross of the Order of Merit of Hungary. Now, I didn't know that Dr. Tete had so many achievements under his belt, but when we went to the Hungarian ambassador's residence, we went there and we found out exactly what he is made of. And so he's here. If you see him with a medal on his chest, it's that award that was given to him. That's him in the picture there. It was a really proud moment for him and his family and his friends. And there was a cross-section of very important people, not just in Ghana, but all around the world, who came there and who came to honor this great son of Ghana. He's done so many things, and there's yours truly with this is the team. This breakfast.
Wow.
This headline.
I like this.
Yes. Have you seen Sheikh? Yes, that's Sheikh, me, and Dr. Tete. Yes, President Kufuor was there yesterday. Yes, we had Reverend Tim Fojo, Honorable Ablakwa, Reverend Dr. Joyce Ayi. There were so many people.
All those great.
Yes, ambassadors.
Chief Justice,
former Chief Justice was there, Georgina Wood. And that's the medal on your chest.
Wow.
And we are proud. How did it make you feel receiving this award from the people of Hungary?
I think
this is the highest award.
This is the highest
given to presidents.
Yes, and this is the first of its kind in our community. In fact, for an African, this is a big deal. So yesterday, I received congratulations from all over the world.
Wow.
All the Hungarian trains all over the world, including the Speaker of Parliament himself, sent me a congratulatory message yesterday. It was quite humbling, and I give all the credit to God. And thank you all for making it possible. My mom was very happy. In fact, all the ambassadors that came, the Hungarian ambassador, the Czech ambassador, the Canadian ambassador, the British were represented.
The UN people were there.
The UN, the head of the UN was there. And the ambassador, the Colombian ambassador, is the current dean of the diplomatic corps. And of course, the president was the vice chancellor of the UMAT, former vice chancellor, Professor Jerry Kuma. In fact,
foreign minister was there.
Yeah, foreign minister herself. In fact, then she spoke very well. She spoke, the foreign minister, Honorable Shali Ayokobuche, spoke very well. And President Kufuor was a great blessing. I must say thank you to everybody. This is just God. And I'm happy. I thank the people of Hungary to have given me this honor. But then it also shows how much people watch you. I went to Hungary when I was just about 22 years old. And from that time till now, I've never broken the relationship. Even when I relocated to London School of Economics, found Barbara there and married, I still maintain that touch. And I must say, Barbara Tete, congratulations. My sisters, my brothers, my relatives, my team members, in fact, thank you to everybody that made it possible yesterday. And yesterday I saw also a segment of my friendship, and Nashim Morton was exceptional. In fact, he organized the whole thing. The ambassador told me yesterday, and you know the beautiful thing, you remember the program was changed.
Yes.
They conferred the thing on me before the program began because the president of Hungary himself was watching the program.
So we had a double conferment.
Yes, so that's my mother there, just I and everybody. So yesterday they had to make sure that it's confirmed because he was watching by link.
Yes, and then you confirmed it again for us here.
Yes,
so thank you so much. Double. Thank you very much.
Thank you all, and to God be the glory. I pray for the nations and for the unity. And of course, Hungary is doing so much for Ghana now. Every year, 100 students go free on scholarship. And when you study in Hungary, you're even paid to study.
Fantastic. We love it.
So God has been good. I'm happy for what God has done. And thank all of you.
Thank you.
Who made it possible.
Thank you.
Kusunam Sepen Hojas Medvon.
Kusunam.
Eastern Veletek.
Hungarians and Evers have a link.
Yes. Hungarians and Ever and Gan. Most words in Ewe language and Gan language are Hungarian language. But what it means, you don't want to
know. Thank you so much.
And Sheikh, thank you for coming. You made my day yesterday.
It was great.
President Kufuor watched you and the rest and said, Lawrence, how do you gather all these books? He said he saw academics yesterday, he saw politicians yesterday, and of course, how even President Kufuor said something that what I did was the fact that I had people like Okojeto Ablakwa, who was a former deputy minister, and then I also had Fojo Intim, who is the current former deputy minister. But then the combination of having both NEC, MP, and CPP there
was great.
Was great.
Fantastic. And the chiefs, and then the Muslim cleric himself.
And please, Otumfuo, thank you very much. Otumfuo sent Nana Konahini to represent him. And then my younger brother, of course, the king of Dodowa, is my brother. We don't say cousins. Then Kuku bro, Te Ajiman, thank you. And then also the king of Gan state sent the Ni Abola to represent him. I thank all of you. I can say thank you. The bishops, the men of God who came from far and near, thank you. Archbishop Pamabako, thank you. Bishop Isaac, thank you. Canon Dr. Ofosu Shadrach Ofosuwari, thank you. And then finally, Bishop Isaac, I can say thank you and love.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Coming up is a conversation on The minority suing the AG over passage of the E-levy, Mr. Mahama Ayariga, MP for Boku Central, is representing that action, and he'll be having a chat with Thelma. After that, we have a conversation on domestic tourism as we wrap up Heritage Month on GTV. Mark Okreku-Mante, Deputy Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, will be my guest. You stay. Hashtag GTV Breakfast. WhatsApp 055-556-1034. Tozafi and music in between there somewhere. Don't go anywhere.
In the first 2 years, your baby will experience amazing growth in so many ways. To fuel it, they need the right nutrition. With Cerelac, 1 bowl of goodness a day provides the wholesomeness of carefully selected grains, the Iron Plus, which helps support brain development, and the yummy taste baby loves, assuring you the right nutrition in 1 bowl. Cerelac, it's all good, Mom.
This advert is FDA.
On this channel, we are wrapping up all our Heritage Month activities today. But tomorrow, because it's Friday, we are just going to add it to all the celebrations, and GBC will be coming alive with some in-house surprises coming your way. Come along, come to GBC tomorrow and come and join the Heritage Train as it departs, and we will all be there to support it. While all that is happening in Parliament, it's still very much heated, and the minority are not backing down from their stance that they will not support the E-levy in any manner or form. Minority leader has made some strong statements to that effect, and even though the majority side passed the bill after the minority walked out of the chamber, the minority is in court. In fact, they are petitioning the Supreme Court to interpret certain portions of the law to make it reflect their position that the majority side did not have a quorum in Parliament that day in order to pass the bill. And so we'll be looking to understand some of those issues a bit more. And one of the key figures who are taking this matter up to court is the MP representing the people of Boko, Mr. Mahama Yariga, and he's joining me at the table this morning. Honorable, good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
I know, just because I've interacted with you, that you want to say a few things about the Black Stars and their journey. You've been a crucial part of the Black Stars story in itself, helping them in Equatorial Guinea and in other instances. I guess I'll give you the opportunity to do that now.
Well, I mean, we have to all congratulate them on the victory and the qualification to be able to participate in the World Cup. It's an important platform for us as a country. It provides an opportunity for you to market yourself on the world stage, and also for the footballers individually, it's a great opportunity for them. So I can imagine the passion and the energy and the commitment with which they approached the contest, and God has crowned it with success, and all Ghanaians are very proud of them, and we are proud of ourselves as a country also. I have always believed that the Black Stars can win any match they can win. I've always said it's a function of three key factors. One is the selection and quality of the players. The second is coaching and technical bench, and then lastly the motivation and they having a reason to win. So these, I believe, were all in this mix, and that has accounted for the victory. Going forward, that should be a very important consideration in the leadership who are managing the team. And if they continue this way, I believe that the boys will also continue to hold the flag high.
Right. I wish this whole conversation could just be about the Black Stars, because I have so much to query you on this matter. But whilst the boys were winning tickets to Qatar for us in 2022, it was not a win for the minority in Parliament, as your side walked out and the other opponents, your other side, your colleagues, your good friends, they went ahead to read the bill, consider it a third time, made changes and the amendments that they suggested, and then went ahead to pass it. And you are saying all that did not go by the books, and so it should not be accepted. Why should we believe you? If there's anything worth fighting for, why not stay and fight?
Well, I mean, if you recall, after the election, we had a parliament of 275 members, out of which 137 were NDC members of parliament, and 137 were NPP members of parliament, with one independent member. And that one independent member opted to join the NPP. So in effect, the NPP is numerically 138 in the parliament, and the NDC is numerically 137 in the parliament. What it means is that on any given day, when government brings a policy to parliament, the NPP should win on any given day. It's been 5 or more, months that they have tried to pass E-levy, and the minority, with their smaller numerical strength, has held the grounds and made it impossible for the majority with their higher numerical strength to pass the E-levy. And so to be able to achieve that, they had to go to the High Court, the Court of Appeal, the Supreme Court, and engage in all sorts of legal gymnastics to weaken the minority side by disabling one of us to be able to participate in the vote. To us, at the time that we're about to take the vote, it was impossible for one of us, the Member of Parliament for Asin North, to participate in the vote.
You're questioning the decision of the court to ask the MP not to hold himself out as MP for Asin South?
I'm stating that because of the court's decision, the Asin North South was not able to vote.
But you said legal gymnastics, so are you
Yes, so the lawyers who went to court, those who went to court and did all the things that they did, that's legal gymnastics. It's not saying that the court was wrong. It just said that they did all they did in order to make it impossible for him to vote. And it's okay to say it's legal gymnastics. I mean, it's not derogatory to the court, but for those who did it. And so in the process, we were disabled. We didn't have one additional vote. And so we're left with 136 NDC members of parliament available to vote against the E-levy. And we also knew that the NPP, in spite of all their efforts, could only also marshal numerically 137. They could only marshal 137 because we also knew that in spite of all that they did, Honorable Ajapa was not in the country at the time that we were taking the decision. So she was not available. So they could only be 137. Now, the option was to go into the vote, and then it will turn out that NDC will have only 136 votes, and MPP will have only 137 votes, and there would have been a quorum of 275 less 2. So there would have been a quorum, 273. That would have been a quorum because the Supreme Court said a quorum is 138. So looking at the battlefield, analyzing the situation, there were two things. People say, oh, you should have stood there and voted. So we should stand there and vote, and then E-levy will be passed on the strength of a vote of 137 against 136. Even though it would be a one-vote margin, it will still be a win. It will still be a win.
So it's like the proverbial, if you fight and run away, you have to fight another day.
So if you are not just fighting so that it will be seen that you are fighting, but if you are fighting to achieve an objective of preventing E-levy from becoming law, the tool that became immediately available to the minority caucus was to say, okay, let's invoke the Supreme Court ruling. And the Supreme Court said there must be a quorum of 138 before you can take a decision.
Okay.
So if we walked out, our 136, if we walked out, the number that could only be available to the NPP in the chamber will be 137.
Okay, let me get clarification.
But in fact, the number that was available, because we know that our colleague who was unwell was in the building, but he was not in the chamber. And if we got to voting, we knew that they would have brought him in. But because we walked out, they actually didn't bring him in because the vote became unnecessary. And so they ended up actually passing with a vote of 136, which further even worsened the case because the Supreme Court says that the number must be 138.
Okay, so let me get clarity.
There's a clear legal issue that this bill was passed without a quorum.
The last time the minority walked out under similar circumstances of the House, one of the arguments I heard was that when it came to counting a quorum, and perhaps you can advise if this is a first point or not, when it came to counting a quorum, the attendance as registered at the start of proceedings is the go-to document to find the number of people who were in Parliament on the day. Is that correct? So to imply that if indeed one member from the majority side was in the ambulance, so was not in the chamber, and all your people were represented on your side, 137, and the NPP had 136. It will be the 136 plus the 137 on your side mentioned in the attendance at the start of proceedings. That would be the basis for counting the quorum. Is that something that's real?
That is an argument that is made in terms of how you determine quorum. But that was before the Supreme Court took the decision about what quorum you need to transact business. The Supreme Court was very clear that you have two different types of quorum. There's the quorum to transact business and there's a quorum to take decision. So you can start your proceedings with a certain quorum. But when you get to the decision-making point, you need to also establish that there's a quorum for taking decisions. And our argument is that in the middle of the proceedings, we got up and said, we are walking out. We are not part of this quorum. We're not part of this decision-making. So at that point, we gave notice that from that moment onwards, we're not part of the quorum. And we actually walked out. If you notice, when we're walking out, Chairman Zabonsu, who was supposed to now, speak for about 30 minutes, immediately abandoned his speech and shouted that, please, Speaker, put the question, hoping that there will still be one or two of us physically in the chamber for the question to be put. Assuming that was even the case, there were several other stages in the process before the bill became law, which was the consideration stage. The consideration stage. And during the consideration stage, you had to take the bill clause by clause and put the question on each clause. And then the third reading, you have to also put the question. So throughout all these subsequent stages, we're not there. And the evidence is there. The cameras are there. Everybody saw it, that we're not there. So it is not about going to, and I find the argument that, because in the morning somebody came and wrote his name, and his name is captured, then for the rest of the day, we have to assume that he was there. Even when the person got to announce that I'm leaving, I'm not there, and when even the cameras have shown that the person is not there. So that argument about going to the attendance register and then using the attendance register won't fly, because the court will have to look at the facts. What are the facts? What is the evidence? And the whole concept of using the attendance register and Hansard is because at the time that these tools developed, there were no cameras to capture physical presence. Today, with the electronic transactions and all those things, legislation that admit the use of electronic transactions as evidence, so that even your emails can be used as evidence of communication, and etc. Today, you can't say that the cameras that capture the chamber at the time of decision making, which shows clearly that there was only 136 MPs sitting in there with the speaker who could not be counted as one of them, that is not sufficient evidence that there was no quorum. Otherwise, then the Supreme Court, will turn itself into a laughing stock. Ghanaians will be laughing at the court. But the court, we were here a few days ago when you said that, you need a quorum of 138 before you can take a decision. And we could all see that there was just 136. So how come you want us to be bound by such a decision?
So someone is watching you, and all they're saying right now is, but you didn't stay to fight it. You walked away. And now you're going to the Supreme Court to ask for the interpretation of Article 104 Clause 1 of the Constitution to back some of the reliefs that you're seeking. Tell us about this case you're sending against the AG and what reliefs you're looking for.
I just told you that you are engaged in a fight and you are looking at your objective. Our objective was not just to be seen fighting E-levy. Because we've fought E-levy, we've exchanged blows, we've thrown chairs, we've done everything possible, and for 5 months, they haven't been able to pass E-levy. And we fought effectively because we've noticed that we had the numbers to fight. On this day, we didn't have the numbers to fight. And unless you are of the group that just want us to be seen fighting till the end, and then we have lost because we didn't have numbers, and we don't belong to that group. We want to actually prevent E-levy from becoming law, not just the populism of being seen to have fought E-levy. And so at that crucial moment, we know that the Constitution says that you need a quorum to take a decision. And so that became the tool, the most effective and potent tool, the fact that they didn't have a quorum if we walked out. And so we deployed that. We believe that at that moment, the Speaker ought to have taken stock of the number of MPs in the chamber.
So he should have called for a count?
To determine if he had a quorum to proceed.
A head count?
Yes, because if you recall, when we were debating and about to take the decision on the budget itself, the majority walked out. When they walked out, if you recall, he counted. He counted as the minority and established that we were 137 and said we had quorum. The Supreme Court says, no, you don't have quorum. 137 is not quorum. So he counted us and established that we were 137. So when we walked out, we expected that he would conduct a count. But that didn't happen. But the fact that he didn't count us does not deprive us of evidence that there was actually 136, because we have the cameras that show that there was just 136 members in the chamber. And so there was no quorum. So whatever happened thereafter was a nullity. Now, that in effect is the relief we are seeking. We are seeking the Supreme Court to enforce its own decision that you need 138 people present before you can take a decision. So we are saying that there wasn't 138 members present. And so since the chamber did not have 138 members present, there was no quorum. And once there was no quorum, the Supreme Court has to declare that there was no quorum. And once the Supreme Court concludes that there was no quorum, anything that happened thereafter is a nullity.
The Supreme Court itself, in its ruling, admitted that Parliament had the fait accompli, the final say when it comes to its own handlings and dealings with issues. And so isn't there room in the, even in that Supreme Court ruling, for Parliament to chart its own path in such matters?
That's not what the Supreme Court said. The Supreme Court said, first and foremost, the Constitution is supreme. So if the Constitution says a quorum is 138, is that okay? Including the first and second deputy speaker, Parliament in its rules cannot say that the quorum excludes the first and second deputy speaker. So the Supreme Court went to the extent of striking out
one of the parliamentary in your order,
rule. Yes,
the
standing orders. So clearly, where a standing order provision conflicts with the provision of the Constitution, the Supreme Court would declare it null and void. The same way, in spite of the general understanding that Parliament is a master of its own rules, if that rule obviously violates a Supreme Court a constitutional provision, the Supreme Court will strike out that conduct. So in this instance, the Supreme Court has pronounced that to take a decision, you need to be 138. If you don't have 138, you cannot take a decision. And so where it is clear that we did not have 138 in the chamber, present, and the Constitution uses the words present, not those who came in the morning and wrote their names on the register. Because I can come in the morning and write my name, and then by 10 I'll run to the airport and catch a flight to Boku. And then I'll be physically in Boku. So if there's an issue about whether or not at the time that a decision was taken, there's abundant evidence that I was physically in Boku, even though in the morning I had come to write my name. You will say, oh, because I came in the morning and wrote my name, then I was to be counted as part of the quorum. No.
So all these issues that you're raising, can we mirror them against your posturing at the beginning of the debate, or around the beginning of the debate, when you called for broader consultations and you called for perhaps the levels to be brought down, which government has done by reducing the initial 1.75 to 1.50 in the amendment that you walked out of? You called for consultations. A caravan has gone around the country, and you still think it was all for nothing. If you believed that all along, why allow for all that to be done and for all those resources to be wasted? We are trying to save money for the country, and all these things cost us money.
Well, the basic principle is that it is an unacceptable tax. I don't believe that any consultation so far has led to Ghanaians accepting that anytime that they choose to use the electronic platform to send their money, that they to be deprived of 1.5% of it.
To send any monies more than 100 cedis a day?
100 cedis is so negligible. If you really see the volume of transactions and the quantum of transactions, the percentage of our population that send only 100 Ghana cedis is minuscule. It's a small percentage.
The government side says it's about 40%. One of the communicators have been here.
40% of what number?
And they say that 40% of Momo users send less than 100 Ghana cedis a day.
Well, 40% of what number?
Of Momo users.
And what is the number of Momo users?
They did not give a number.
Exactly.
They just
so
said
my
40%.
point is that no matter what the percentage is, my argument basically is that to deprive anybody of 1.5% of his money or her money anytime the person is transferring it using the electronic platform after already paying the owners of the platform. 2%. Don't forget that they've already paid the owners of the platform 2%. And you are taxing the owners of the platform for giving them the license to operate the platform. And you are taxing them whatever profit that they have made. So you are already making money from these taxes that you have levied on the owners of the platform. And then after that, you still come and tell the citizen who is now using this platform that anytime you use the platform, I'll take 1.5% of your money. For what? For what purpose? I mean, it is plain robbery. It is electronic highway robbery. It's equal to an armed robber standing on the highways between Kumasi and Accra, and anytime that traders are passing with their money, they'll stop them and say, okay, all of you surrender 1.5% of your money. I mean, that's what it is. That's what it is. And it has a negative economic effect in that we have always argued that, you see, for years we have invested billions of cedis trying to promote a culture of digitization, the infrastructure to digitize, and a culture of digitization, and to build confidence in our citizens to digitize. And when they begin to accept that and to use the facility, then you bring a policy that would negate all that we have achieved after several decades of investment. We're saying that it's not worth it in terms of how much money.
You're saying that what you're calling an electronic highway robbery is more harmful than raising revenues to further the cause of Ghanaians in terms of infrastructure and supporting businesses.
The revenue that you will mobilize will not be enough to compensate for the loss that will be occasioned to us over the years.
6.9 billion,
that's basically the point. It won't be 6.9 billion.
Which was the original suggestion.
It won't be
when it was 1.75.
Just call Momo users and call the telecos, and they will tell you between when government purported to have passed this act to today, and they will tell you that the withdrawals, the panic withdrawals and exit of the platform is just mind-boggling. And it will take so much work to rebuild confidence in people to use this platform. And so what you will actually get won't be worth what we will be losing as a result of this policy. So it's not worth it. And so we as a minority still remain opposed, and will continue to deploy legal. I mean, in the past, we will remain in the chamber and throw chairs and this and that. Roundly, we've been condemned for doing that. So we will resort to the legal tools. And so if we know that the Constitution says you need 138, and we know that it's a tool available to us, we'll deploy it. And so that's why we walked out, and then we're in the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court will tell us that present means something else. Otherwise, 138 present and voting means that there must have been 138 MPs sitting in the chamber, and we know on record that there was just 136. There was no quorum. What happened cannot stand.
No quorum, and so it cannot stand that the majority side has passed the E-levy bill, and so we're going to be picking your thoughts now. I think perhaps the whole country will be in agreement that we do not want the scenes that played out in Parliament with all the slaps flying around to be repeated, and I'm sure you feel the same way. Let's see exactly what your thoughts are. 055-556-1034. CAF will be reading some of your thoughts to us.
All right, thank you very much. thoughts expressed here are solely your thoughts, not mine. Just a vessel. Okay, Tricia says, Thelma, people are now speculating they intentionally walked out. They were where the majority were not after 137. Birds of the same feathers dance together. The MPP should thank their stars. Honorable McBain is not a member. They could have cried foul play. They should know they will not win at the Supreme Court. Perhaps it was the doing of God to distract them to walk out. And she thinks that you are fighting a losing battle. She also thinks E-levy is good. How can you compare that with armed robbery when the proceeds will be used for a good cause? Brain? No, Brain is talking football. We're not talking football. Please ask the Honourable that when the tables turn and they came to power, will they cancel E-levy? If it stays, will it be cancelled if you come back to power? Jonathan, good morning. Why would the Speaker preside over a matter at the time that members of Parliament do not form a quorum? Does it mean that the Speaker erred? Please, I would like Honourable Ayeruga to explain. Thank you very much. Georgia Frani, NDC has described the Supreme Court ruling in derogatory terms. So why are they asking them to apply a ruling they despise and have rejected? Monica says, I'm glad that Honourable Ayeruga is talking about legal gymnastics. The courts will not countenance parliamentary gymnastics. Okay. All right. She also wants to know when the finance minister sought approval to borrow $28 million from NIB for MPs, no single MP walked out. So that's a question that is being asked by Monica. Alaji Dawuda, minority sues Attorney General of Ghana. Honorable Mahama, can you share knowledge on this matter? My question is, don't you think with the numbers of 137 and 138, it's time to take a second look at your standing orders for possible review, says Alaji, who is asking. Nana Kwame or Pasco, talking about, the State of the Nation's address. That's not what we're discussing right now. We're discussing the action. Be honest, Honorable, what is the hidden agenda of the NDC for me? I think you fear about the revenue that it will generate for the MPP, for them to be able to execute projects that will make 2024 an easy win for the MPP, is the speculation of St. Mark from Spintex. More messages coming in. Let's see, come from the top, 055-556-1034. Have you and your party conducted a referendum to know Ghanaians who are for or against the E-levy? Is a rhetorical question being asked. Mr. Bennett, how can you compare a levy to armed robbery? Imano Onyema, E-levy cannot generate revenue for the country compared to toll booths. The government should think again. Are you pretty sure? We know the toll booths generated about 70-something million a year. This is supposed to be generating $1 billion, or dollars, which is like 6.9 billion cedis. So please, what's the plan B to an E-levy from the minority? What's your plan B? Mena Hunter wants to know. Mr. Anafo says, good morning to all of you. I agree with him. I think our problem is not about E-levy, but how it's going to be managed. I'm sure most of the money will go to individuals' pockets. The fundamentals are weak. E-levy will expose them. Good day. Patrick says, smart move at the NDC, but already telecoms are sending messages about new charges using their platforms. That's what Patrick is saying. Dan Nkpe, please ask Honorable Ayeruga whether the Speaker's behavior in Parliament during the passage of the E-levy suggests that he has been compromised. That's a question. MPP estimated 6 billion cedis to be generated per the E-levy. On which basis did they do the analysis? Because more people are actually exiting the platform. So what's the point? Okay, so I think I'm done with my messages. Last one, tell Honorable we are watching NDC closely. Whenever there's a disagreement, they present their case excellently outside, but it looks weak when in court. You think passing E-levy is better than fighting in Parliament. You love your motherland. I'm going to hand over to you, Thelma, but reminding you that I'll be having a conversation with Mark Okriku-Mante, Deputy Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture. We're looking at tourism as we crown our Heritage Month on GTV with a conversation on domestic tourism. Your suggestions to that number, 055-556-1034. Handing over to the lady in red and white, Thelma.
Akpamelu. Thank you for your messages. We sincerely appreciate them. I think I'll put a few to Honorable, and I'm sure because you were trying to respond to some of them. Will you abolish this bill if it is passed into law? If the president signs this into a law and you should come to power, will you abolish it? Is one question.
The NDC as a party must have a principled stand. We're against it, and so when it comes to developing our manifesto, I expect the manifesto committee to take a stand against E-levy. But that is something that will come when we are developing our manifesto. And that's going to be a decision of the manifesto committee. But personally, I will say that to be consistent, NDC as a party will have to reject the E-levy.
And the proceeds that would accrue from it automatically would go away. So one of the arguments is, you're afraid that the monies will be used for something that will make it impossible for the NDC to return to power. How do you respond?
We've borrowed billions and billions of cedis, and we're still in an economic mess. I don't see how E-levy will resolve the mess that we find ourselves. E-levy figures, we've shown in Parliament in the debate that you have about a gap of 6 billion, and E-levy is going to get you just 1 billion. How does that resolve your problem? How does that resolve your 6 billion, problem? So E-levy, and that's part of our argument. Look, this amount will not, and in any case, we don't believe you will get that amount. Because given the number of people who have exited the platform, the studies and the figures and the assumptions that you made in your studies that made you think you will get 1 billion, it won't fly. So you won't get that. And at the same time, the gap is so huge that this won't solve it.
Okay, so some are also saying you are running to the same ruling that you are disagreeing with.
Yes, but it is still binding ruling. You will disagree with a ruling, but it is binding. And don't forget that it wasn't the decision of the court that the quorum has to be 138 that we disagreed with. What we disagreed with was that the 138 should include the first and second deputy speaker. That was what we disagreed with. Not that it has to be 138. We agreed that yes, it has to be 138. Because we know there's common sense. If you just say at least half and you have 275, at least half has to be 138. This is common sense, plain common sense mathematics. So we agreed with that ruling of the Supreme Court. What we did not agree with was that in counting the 138, you should include the first and second deputy speaker.
Right.
Because that was an issue in that case.
There were two persons who wanted your thoughts on whether you think the speaker erred in his conduct and in fact in putting the question to the House, and whether you think he has been compromised, because there's a perception that the speaker has favored the minority side for much of the E-levy debate. Do you now think the other side may have won him over?
Compromise, I won't use that word. Erred, I am 100% convinced that he erred because he ought to have known that the chamber at that time will not have up to 138 members. And so he should have assessed his quorum on the strength of the Supreme Court decision before proceeding. And he didn't do that. And I think that he erred. Compromise? No, I don't think it was about being compromised.
Okay, there's another accusation on the table from your party's General Secretary, Mr. Johnson Asiedu Nketia, who has been at this table, and it's to do with evidence tampering. And you think that at least the party's secretary, the General Secretary, thinks that it's going to affect your chances in court if the evidence that you're going to present has been tampered with. And it has to do with some visuals of some of your members who were not in Parliament. Tell us about that.
Oh, no, it's just about the votes and proceedings. Every morning, the votes and proceedings will capture those who attended Parliament the previous day. And yesterday in the morning, the votes and proceedings said that about 5 or 6 NDC members of Parliament were not present the day before, the day that E-levy was passed, purportedly passed. But normally we're given an opportunity to correct the records. But because the president was going to address the nation and all the ceremony, normally correcting the records takes time. The speaker decided that we will not correct the records yesterday, but we will correct the records today. So what may be feared as evidence tampering will be corrected today. And all the members of Parliament who were present but whose names were captured as absent will have the opportunity to correct the records.
So you are saying that the MPs were in Parliament, but they were not.
They were. I mean, the cameras will show that each and every one that the record said wasn't there was actually there. And people shouldn't forget that the use of the votes and proceedings as evidence predates electronic media. Now with electronic media,
the CCTV,
and CCTV cameras and the Electronic Communications Act and all those things, even in our courts, electronic records are now accepted as evidence or facts that the records capture. So people shouldn't be afraid and think that the only evidence is going to be the votes and proceedings. The cameras are, and there were more than 20, 30 cameras there capturing every inch of the chamber.
So you are telling your own General secretary of your party that he shouldn't be afraid that the evidence has been lost?
I think, you see, what happened was that information went viral, and then propagandists, I believe, who are not favorable to the NDC, tried to use that to create an impression that even the NDC members were not there. That was why they ran away, so that, you know, they will hide the fact that if there was a vote, their numbers will actually be exposed. And that went viral and was hurting his side. So he was compelled to assume that somebody must have deliberately tampered with the records, so that that kind of opportunity to undermine the NDC side will take place. So, yes, sometimes it happens. I don't know if it was deliberate, but on several occasions, even when he was in Parliament, there are days when the records don't reflect what actually happened, and we will have to take steps to correct it. You can give it your own spin. You can say it's sabotage, whatever, but the basic fact is that the records don't reflect what happened.
And it could have been an oversight, and there's
it
an
could also be an
opportunity
oversight,
to correct
and there's definitely an opportunity to correct it.
Okay, perhaps the last one I'll pick your thoughts on. We have to wrap this up very quickly. There are some on your side who have said that this was sprung upon you at the last minute, and it was not supposed to have been on the order paper for the week, for the E-levy to be brought back for debate in the House this week. Is that what happened?
Yeah, I mean, true. We didn't know exactly when it will come, and then all of a sudden they said they're doing it on Tuesday. So there were many people who were far away and had to take steps to be in the chamber at that time. But we've known that, you know, all the legal gymnastics around Honorable Kwesi and preventing him from being in Parliament was aimed at depriving us of one vote. And given that they could not get Honorable Ajapa to be in the country, we knew that any time that they were sure they could mobilize 137 MPs, and they were sure that they had disabled us by one vote, we knew that at that moment they would try to strike and get E-levy passed. And Tuesday was exactly that moment, because as at that time, our lawyers were in the courts fighting the case of Honorable Kwesi and his right to be in the chamber and vote. So they had it connect, you know, there. And then we knew they had at least 136 MPs in the chamber. And we also knew that they had one of our colleagues who was sick in an ambulance waiting outside, so that if it got to vote, they would be able to wheel him in at least to vote and then go back. So we knew that somehow they will be able to mobilize 137 votes, and that we were disabled by one vote. So our ability to generate a tie so that the vote would be lost was also equally, you know, disabled. And so the only tool available to effectively fight, unless people just want us to put up a fight and lose.
And you exhausted all internal means of resolving this, perhaps, in Parliament's own laws and bylaws and standing orders?
There was no other option.
This was it?
It was just going to be the vote.
And
the only thing left was a vote.
And you insist that it's not an attempt to frustrate government business? Because some say it's a lot of back and forth, just let it go.
Well, I mean, some people support government to pass E-levy. Many people tell us, our constituents, tell us that no, do whatever it takes. You can see from the text messages.
One of which said, if you had done an extensive study or a referendum to know exactly how many people are opposing, since you say majority of the people...
know the cost of a referendum. So, do we have a capacity to even do a referendum? We don't even have a capacity to do a referendum. But there are ways of gauging that public is against it. I mean, you have been here in the studios, the phone calls, during the whole debate about E-levy. You know that generally the public is against it. The telecos, the number of people who are voting with their feet, moving away from momos, is enough evidence that the public is against it. We don't need a referendum. And we don't even have the capacity to do a referendum.
I'll give you just a 20-second opportunity to speak to the people of Boko in the language they will understand, because their MPs here and it's Heritage Month. And we speak all languages, all Ghanaian languages on GBC's platforms. Honorable, the floor is yours.
Well, my language, I'm a Kusasi, so I'll probably just speak in my local
Go
dialect.
ahead.
Yes, so mimpo se bogdem kay E-levy le katuson seta MPP dem da jien parliament mpasele ama bam pasele shimla constitution da potes shure ba pasele la constitution yele ba pass E-levy de nare MP na ban kobga ne pistana ni be chimbala pogon kuma den da kan o saranye TV ni ban kobga ne pistana yubu ma da benia aro ko da be yin ka be ambulance pogon ti ada ite vote bana morno kwena ka ba e ban kobga ne pistana ayopoy ama constitution la yede na reba aban kobga ne pistana ani den ke katnam NDC dem da yi kabas chimbala so that boku pam korum kan ka Supreme Court yele de na reba mor kanyanga pass lola so te bode bang ye tinam NDC dem ye law kan ka ba pass la nan ka law sumu te be Supreme Court una mi asha ke tinade Supreme Court nda ka E-levy la ba cancel bogdem ma mem use chance kan me wala me posia kale to sa person suguru ka dene ken bokla ka so fa bas ka tingla degen ka la fikina ka te yang resolve the issues so te bel ne ba be nia nzabata ba so bas nzaba ka tingla degen balam posia wona ka tinore.
Right. I did not understand a word of that, but I bet you would be interested.
I just said what we have been discussing.
Okay.
But then also a summary, and also just call for peace in Boku, and then call for reconciliation.
I think on that last point about peace in Boko, we are here for it. And thank you so much for sharing a part of your morning. There's TZ in the house, Honorable Ayariga. So I hope you love your TZ. Would love to serve you a bowl of it before you go. The Honorable Mahama Ayariga, the MP representing the good people of Boko. Heritage Month on GTV. Glad that you've been our final guest at the school.
Except that the E-levy has spoiled my appetite.
We'll restore it with this delicious TZ. Motiti is going to show us her TZ stirring skills. You think you can beat Maisha too?
Hey, it's not easy. Ajay, she's on top of her game. Ajay is on top of her game. You can smell the whiffs, the aromas in the studio. They can smell
from home, though. We can smell from here.
Yeah, we can smell from here for them. But we must tell you that the aromas is just amazing. The stew is ready. You can see a lot of wele. There's meat. There's pepper. The kwakosheto. There's a lot going on in here. And our yo-yo, the green leaf soup, is also ready. We are now moving to the stirring of the to zafi. To zafi is the Hausa word, and it means to stir and something that's hot. So to is to stir and zafi is hot. Am I right, Hajia? Yes. So something that you stir that is hot. So you eat it hot. It doesn't have to be cold. The moment you say so it must be hot when you eat it. You're sweating and you're enjoying it. So Hajia Shetu, please walk us through what we are going to do. Afe insiono ayeshe. It's boiling. Corn flour, cassava flour.
Yes.
Yebeni saying.
Tisi ayedi insona sijanoso. Huru nti yedi corn flour no. Ya pota kakra mashi kakra.
Okay.
Nti yedi begu insuo
into a kind of solution or a paste. Into the boiling water, then we stir it. It becomes something sort of a porridge. See.
We are sana. Na sisia ayesana na obi wo ho a pese on pe o haunti. Esibu sana. Na
I say it. Got craving. So Haja Aisha too, we have our TZ on the stove, and we are just stirring the porridge a bit. After which we add
the corn flour,
and the cassava flour.
Yeah.
So the solution or the solution we mixed, we poured it into the boiling water. It has become some sort of a porridge.
Yes.
After which we add both flours and then we will stir. That's the tool.
Yes,
we're stirring it for it to become the tozafi, for it to become a bit hardened, not entirely, but for it to become the tozafi.
Yes.
So we're just going to go into that process now. I think the gas.
Yes.
You should just try to. You can try to turn it on again, and then We will show you. Those of you at home, tozafi can be eaten with ayoyo, it can be eaten with bra soup, it can be eaten with bitter leaf soup, that is the bean leaf soup. There are a lot of soups in the north that we can eat it with. Groundnut paste soup, you can pound some of the groundnuts, add it inside, add dawa, add your bra leaves. It's amazing. It's just amazing. The soup, the kinds of soups you can eat with this. And with the stew, normally they spice it a lot with kanafiri, musuro. So it's a herbal delicacy. It's a herbal delicacy. And it's full of nutrients and a lot of good goodies in there for you. I always say that if you want to lose a lot of weight, make it a habit to eat tozafi, to include it in your diet. Eat a lot of tozafi. We're stirring the tozafi now. Added a bit of the hajia corn flour.
Corn flour, any
cassava flour. No, yeah, one mix it. Okay. All right. We just took a scoop or a portion of the corn and cassava flour mixed together, and we're adding it to. Okay.
Into soap and softer.
Oh, fabi bring. Okay. Kakrebi. Okay.
Then they are how.
So depending on the texture of the tozafi, if you want it hard, you may want to add more of the corn and cassava flour. If you want it soft, you will just add moderate amounts of the corn and cassava flour. So you can see there, the porridge has hardened into what we know as the tozafi. Yeah. So, you know, people from the north, especially the Dagomba tribe, Nagbewe's Dagomba tribe, migrated from somewhere in Mali, passed through Nigeria, Niger, passed through a lot of African countries to come and settle in Ghana. So tozafi is eaten in Ghana, Nigeria, everywhere in Africa. You can find tozafi. It's a delicacy that we all enjoy, and it's very healthy. So we'll come back and see how our toe has been prepared. Add it to our ayoyo soup, and then we'll do justice. So I'm sorry for those of you salivating at home. You can see Thelma in the background just saying fire, fire. She can't wait to have a taste of this amazing tozafi. The next segment is ready now on GTV Breakfast as we're climaxing the Heritage Month on GTV Breakfast. And so we're diving right there, and CAF will be sitting with the Deputy Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture on GTV Breakfast. Stay with us.
Tell me, beer. They ma worry me. Watch me, you come 1 week, Mr. Oh, now, yes, Boga,
Senior, you cut down my business is a collapse. I'm out.
So take quick credit in car.
Quick credit?
Yes, quick credit. Who pesika? Eddie start here, you may be. Who here be seen Eddie a true with you? We are government and a private worker. Who pesika they are till hot so. We are Busumi Juma. Who here Sikadia be been tempered so. Quick credit, Bema loan, and what you are in Kakaka. Now, a little some Cassian said, a collateral free loaner, Susu, savings, account opening, and a deposit as MBL. Here and say, "Who Ghana card 2022 year 1 year Juma now one hour young. Who need excuse here?
It was 03022 00390 and 05969 20833.
You're watching GTV Breakfast. My name is Kafui, and I feel sad because the Heritage Month, today is the last day, Charlie. My wife was asking me, hey, are you guys still doing it? I said, yes, today is the last day. We're crowning it with a big conversation with the Deputy Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture. He's here with us to speak tourism issues. Mark Okreku-Mante, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Kaf.
I don't think I've seen you this year, so Happy New Year.
This year?
I don't think so.
With your numerous MCs.
I will see you. Wow. Good to have you, and welcome to our space.
Good to see you too.
Welcome to our space.
A new GBC.
Yes. You love it.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
Thank you very much. Yeah. This month was a Heritage Month, supposedly for the whole country. We did it big time here. Yeah. Did you see that people were observing it from where you sit as Deputy Minister for Tourism?
I think so, thanks to the media. The propagation was very strong. Almost everybody felt left out without doing some touch of something Ghanaian, whether it is food, language, fashion, especially fashion. So your Togbe ends today because you got the opportunity to behave like a king.
Maybe so.
Yes, and all of that. And so I must thank the media, thank Ghanaians for believing in their culture. And then at least we're going back to our roots. So generally we were impressed at the ministry. Yes.
Awesome. Yeah. Your ministry, I'm sure, was hit quite hard over the last 2 years because of events around the world, especially COVID, you know, and lockdowns mean people can't move, people can't come into the country. What has been the impact on the tourism industry in terms of your numbers?
Very bad, very bad. As I was looking through my documents, like and in 2019, we had 1,130,000 plus people coming into the country. And you know the obvious reason, year of return.
Year of return, yeah.
Yes. It dipped by 69% in 2020. So 2020, we had 355,108.
From over 1 million?
Yes. So that is minus 69%. And then fortunately, because of the erratic nature of the COVID-19 situation, we were able to increase by 76% relative to the 355,108. So even that, with the increase of 76%, we had 623,523. And see, this is what we had for.
These are the people coming into the country.
Yes.
Okay.
2021.
And were people spending? Well, I mean, in terms of these are the numbers, but people spending. What were they buying? Things like that.
Okay, when people come in, they use our hotels. They use our transportation. That is taxi, Uber, boat, food. Just like when you go to the West, you want to buy a pair of jeans or shirts from Next or something. They also buy kente, batik, or from some of our popular designers. They visit our tourist sites. They go to the nightclubs. They visit the pubs. They have fun. Some do ecotourism, all forms of tourism, like my funeral tourism. Some recently, George Quay had an interview on Joy FM, and one foreigner who is white said he had come into the country just to witness our funerals, specifically Ashanti region. And so it's an ecosystem that almost everybody in society stands a chance of benefiting from tourism. That is why everybody must show some degree of interest in selling tourism.
We'll talk about the domestic attractions in a while, but let me just touch a bit on the funeral tourism. There were some who didn't really understand what you were talking about. I mean, they were saying, what, are you waiting for people to die for us to make money? I mean, what did you mean when you said funeral tourism?
Okay. Tourism, generally, the concept is how to move people from one geographical place or space to another. And so anything that you could do to get people to move, that could change the economic indicators for the people in that community is tourism. And that is why President Akufo-Addo has decided that he will move our Independence Day around the country. And so it started from the north, it came to the Ashanti region. The last one, a few weeks ago, was in Central region. People move. We all moved from Accra. We went to the Central region. We slept in a hotel. We ate. Fuel, those who sell fuel. MTN, Vodafone, benefited. We took pictures. We had videos made. And all of that. Water. Those who know how to drink beer will drink their beer. And all of that, it changes the economics of that community. And so say, if I am on my way to Kumasi in AWA or Passion Air, especially Thursdays and Fridays, I see most of us wearing black or dark colors. What are they going to do? Somehow, I see some of these people I meet on board in Golden Tulip or Golden Bean. They are the same people. And I meet them at the restaurant at Golden Tulip. They had come in for some funerals. So they are keeping AWA and Passion in business. Funerals are moving these people to Ashanti region or the other part of the country. Would you come with me to maybe BA for my funeral? It's your first time of coming to BA, Brown Ahafo region. When you come to Brown Ahafo region, what have you done? You've come there as a tourist. In what name? In the funeral. So instead of just going for these funerals, especially the monumental ones or people of stature or gravitas, like when Asante Hene lost his mom, I was there. I saw the kind of people who had entered Ashanti region because of the mom of the Asante Hene. How do we turn this into a tourism tool or material?
So are you talking to like tour? I mean, how will it work for, say, a tour operator who is selling a funeral tourism package? I mean, give us an idea of how it would work. How would you sell it?
I think somewhere last year, I traveled to Costa Rica with Akwamu Fihine. And he was in his regalia like you look now. And people come to me and say, can we touch the clothes of the chief, the king of Africa, the king of Ghana? I said, yes, why not? I was just charitable not to make money with it. I could have made some money, but I say, drop something, you go take a picture.
To touch the cloth.
To touch the cloth. I mean, that's what tourism is about. Anything that you can market, you can make it sexy or attractive for the person to want to pay for it. And so, the banks were taking money when we went for the Asante Hene's mom funeral. It should tell you the weight of the kind of...
What kind of, was it donations or something?
Yeah, donation.
Okay.
Yes, donation. It should tell you the weight of the kind of program we've gone for. So if as a marketer, if I give it to you that market Asante Hene's mom funeral, it's all about marketing. Anything I decide to sell to you, I can even ask you to smoke under the sea. It is doable. Do you believe in that?
Well, I haven't smoked under the sea before, so... My guest is Mark Kumate, Deputy Tourism and Arts and Culture Minister. Well, we are crowning our Heritage Month on GTV, and our WhatsApp number is 055-556-1034. I put out a post. What kind of suggestions would you give to the Tourism Ministry as far as promoting domestic tourism? And quite a few of you have given us some interesting suggestions on Facebook. At the right time, we'll start reading them out and give some ideas to the Tourism Ministry, some consultancy via Facebook on attractions. Talking of attractions, the Kweu paragliding is something I'd really love to do one day. It was on hold for a while.
Yeah.
Was it because of COVID?
COVID.
Okay. So what's happening this year?
Okay. Before I come on the paragliding, there's a whole festival, funeral, in festival in Mexico.
Oh, there's a funeral. They have a funeral festival.
That they remember the dead.
Okay.
And people travel just to go witness how they remember the dead. Yes. And so people can go on YouTube and see, and it will give them an idea of how these things happen.
Is that what inspired you?
No.
Okay.
I only saw, George Quay sent this to me somewhere about 2 weeks ago, just to inspire me for my funeral tourism agenda.
The way of packaging stuff.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, you learn and then you innovate.
Indeed.
And then you move on.
Okay.
Yes. And so paragliding, this year, I understand from Ghana Tourism Authority, Kweu East, West, and South, they are forming a LOC, Local Organizing Committee, which has members from NADMO, fire service, and then the police. We are introducing the hot balloon, and so we are signing contract with event organizers. You know, traditionally, I've been a Kwewu event organizer before. We just go to Kwewu. You put your show together, and just 100 meters away, somebody is also having an event free. So who will come for yours? Most of us go to Kwewu, we come back bankrupt. Because although it is organized, it wasn't enough in terms of organization. And so they've added some degree of regulation so that we do not have clashes where people go looking for money, others come to offer for free, and people do not get their targets met when they go. And so now it's going to have some regulation. And then, you know, there's a belief that people go and misbehave. People, ethically, people don't do the right thing sometimes when they go to Kwewu. And so this time, we're putting all of that in check.
How? How are you going to check people from misbehaving?
Oh, the police, of course. Okay. I mean, I think it started in the latter days before COVID came in. And then the feedback was that because there were too many policemen around, it made the environment too rigid. And so people were not feeling, it wasn't too flexible for people to have fun.
So has it been launched this year?
Yes, it's been launched.
So did you go up in the sky? Did you get up in the sky and do your thing?
Unfortunately, growing up, I wanted to be a pilot. But when I grew up, I noticed that I had fear for heights. And so I will try this one day, but not now.
Not now?
Yes. Not now. And so traffic control, again. We all know that one of the challenges with Kwewu is traffic, where people block the roads with their cars. It happens at Kropong, my hometown, too, when it's time for Jura. And so all of these things are going to put in check this time. Paragliding, we're doing 11 pilots this year, 10 from outside Ghana, and for the first time, 1 Ghanaian is going to fly.
Okay.
Yes.
So there's a lot happening.
Yes.
Let's talk domestic tourism. I remember I was at the launch of an event with your minister where they were looking at domestic and regional tourism as a counter to COVID. This is when we were just coming out of the whole COVID thing. We wanted to convince Ghanaians to visit more of our domestic tourism sites. How is that program going along so far?
So far, so good. Thanks to groups like Gatoff and Tuga. You know your people, the local agents who put tourism together. When COVID came in, you know, COVID, especially with the E-levy conversation and all of that, COVID is not something that anyone planned for. Those of us who have been to the business schools, they will tell you that there's something acronym called PESTEL. And the PESTEL, one of them is political, one of them is economic, one of them is social culture, one of them technology. And then that's why when we write contracts, we put in the act of God. Because these things are uncontrollables. And COVID is one of them. Nobody knew. I'm not sure President Akufo-Addo himself had ever seen a pandemic in his life before. He is 78 years. So if he has not seen pandemic before, what about Mark, who is just 48? So none of us knew about how some of these pandemics are even controlled, especially when every pandemic comes with a different character. So you learn on it when it comes. So we didn't have control. It comes in. The only option was to begin to innovate. And one of the things that we noticed was that we had not taken advantage of our domestic tourism. Growing up, I went to Booty Falls. Just a few places, Brick Gardens. That was it. It's because we had not built a culture of moving people around internally. And so President Akufo-Addo again launched the domestic tourism agenda. And so we brainstormed and then we identified places that we could create things to happen. And so like we met Gatoff, and then we had that relationship.
GATF is the Ghana Tour Operators Federation.
Federation, yes.
Okay, all right.
So now you find the culture growing, where Ghanaians organize internal tours. They want to go to places. Recently, Papaya launched his garden at Kokundru. I don't know if you've been there. Beautiful place. Beautiful. Yes. And so now the energy is growing. Okay. People travel internally.
Are Ghanaians flying around Ghana? You know, Passion Air did Ho and Wa. I think Ho has been suspended, but Wa is still happening.
Yes.
And of course, Africa World Airlines is doing all these.
And then Western region.
Yes.
Takrady.
Yes.
It's also happening.
Are they flying?
Yes. Yes, they do.
Beyond the business people, you have people who just fly to go and check out something and come back?
I think we don't have that data yet. As in those who fly to as tourists internally. We don't have that data yet. But the people I see are often in black.
It's a funeral. Kumasi Road, 5 hours. You do it in 1 hour by plane, and you're done. You go and come
45.
back. Yeah, you're done.
45.
Okay. Questions now, 055-556-1034. While the WhatsApp is coming in, this is the question I want you to answer. So just imagine that you have only one policy to recommend to the tourism ministry and is guaranteed to be implemented. What would that policy be for the tourism ministry? And then on Facebook, we had quite a lot of suggestions. So Paul Destiny Amanuveve Sefenyacho says, I'll opt for the Akome waterfall in the whole West District to be developed. It will serve as a source of funds for the district and the nation for that matter. I think the Deputy Minister is putting down, is noting the stuff down. Always a good idea.
The name again?
Yes, Paul Destiny.
Yeah, the name of the
Akome waterfall, whole West District. Now, Adams says good roads to the tourism site and private investors will do the rest. If there are good roads to the site, people will go there to relax and have fun. The more people go there, individuals will take that opportunity to develop the site and make more money from it. But if the roads leading to the sites are bad, nobody will risk going there, let alone to invest. So they're talking about roads.
On point.
Okay. Liberty says safety, security, customer service. I had the opportunity to become the HU performance instructor, and I can help with these three mentions. So safety, security, customer service. I can see this happening not only in Kwewu, but anywhere else in this country. Yes. Isaac Papa Nketia says complete all cultural centers in the country. That's a suggestion that he's giving.
Okay, that's something that, because the question didn't go towards that area, but it's something that I would like to touch on.
Yes, yeah. So I'll note that. Pakwesi Dimanche says promotion of domestic tourism through the formation of tourism clubs in schools and communities. So that's one suggestion there. Israel Jones says food tourism. So it's not just funeral, but food tourism. I wonder how that will work out. Therefore, David says development of the Keta through Tegbe to Saviatula Beach Enclave into the next Maldives of the world. Premium golden beaches. I can tell you for a fact that the Keta Beach there is one of the whitest I've seen in this country. So these are a couple of ideas that people are giving you about what to, and I just made it one policy. What would you recommend? And a lot of them are thinking about the sites.
Yeah.
The sites in places that we don't normally even talk about.
Yes. And that is why in President Akufo-Addo's State of the Nation address, he mentioned the facelift for some of our heritage sites. We're doing Usu, we're doing Cape Coast, and then the biggest, Elmina.
These are the castles?
Yes.
And the forts and castles?
Yes. Overall, we need about 28 million USD to complete all our tourist sites.
Do you guys know where the money is coming from?
Yes, that is why we are just doing 3 in the meantime. The budget for the 3 is ready. Correct. And so let's face facts. President Akufo-Addo's time or era has thrown some spotlight on tourism in this country. And you know, when I came in, most of the questions have been around tourism. But tourism is not tourism without culture and creatives. And so anytime we talk about tourism, we should recognize the people in the creative space and then culture, or else they feel disintegrated in the space. But the truth is that they must work together to have the synergy. Year of Return, which is the highest Ghana has ever seen in the history of tourism, was driven by the creative industry. The Afro-Chella, the Afro Nation, almost all the events you saw, Taste of Ghana and all of that, were driven by the creative people and the culture people. All these celebrities who came down, most of them who made it monumental were showbiz personalities. And so we should think in that direction. And then the creative people must create not just music and film, but even when it is film or music, we must consider how to sell Ghana in our film. You know, most of them are shooting music videos in South Africa and Dubai and some of these developed countries, forgetting that they have a duty to sell Ghana.
So shoot the videos here.
Yes.
And promote
Identify some of the places that somebody can see through your video and say, I'm coming to Ghana because I saw this in this music video. And a story was told with it, and that is why I want to visit Ghana.
So your ministry has a lofty targets. They want to create 150,000 jobs.
Yes.
And bring the equivalent of $2.3 billion to Ghana.
Yes.
What are the challenges to getting all this done?
One of them is what some of them have mentioned, like the roads. Fortunately, the Minister for Roads is part of the committee. President has formed a committee just for tourism to see to it that there is that interrelation. And one of our problems is the road to the tourist site. And so this year is one of the plans to fix some of the roads to the tourist site. And that's why we need E-levy, you know.
The E-levy. Yeah, let's talk about that.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
What will be the impact of the E-levy if the president assents and then it goes into operation? And I know the programming is supposed to be in May or so.
Yeah.
What will that? How that impact tourism?
Okay, I think that it's a pool for all the ministries to tap into. It's not just for roads or education. It's a pool. I support E-levy because my mason or my carpenter who comes to my house to work for me has never paid anything before. They just take the money on the table and they leave. But when they come back the following day, they complain about some of the roads. And I ask myself, how do we fix some of these things that you complain about but you do not contribute? Again, the small businesses, the SMEs, also come up a few years they die because they are overloaded with some taxes. Why don't you expand the same pool or the scope so that we can reduce that of the corporate Ghana taxes, so we can distribute it such that we don't overload the few who have agreed to pay. That is my personal concept about E-levy. Again, my creative people, where do they pay their taxes? They are selling on YouTube for that. Bolt, food, Uber. People are now transacting, they are buying their clothes online. Are they paying anything to government? No. So after the Momo, I think we should go heavily online and then cyber to see what we can also get from there. But whether you like it or not, that's the next market moving forward. Cantamanto is never coming back for music and film. The next place to sell music and film is digital. And so if we do not begin to see how we can find money from the digital space, we're in trouble. Government can't make money from the creative space.
Who knows? Somebody's probably watching you right now and thinking, man, I'm going to put Cantamanto online.
Good. Targets, name it Cantamanto online. But the only way, the soft is the way to go moving forward, especially with the Vice President's agenda of digitization and all. Yes.
So E-levy is good?
Solid.
I know that Qatar is going to just benefit from tourism because of the World Cup.
Yes.
But now that we have qualified to go and the draw is tomorrow, how do you think Ghana will benefit from appearing at the World Cup as far as tourism, arts and culture are concerned?
I think we'll benefit psychologically. I mean, Qatar is doing what it is doing because it is one of the ways of selling Qatar. Dubai Expo main objective is to sell Dubai to the world, apart from the rational benefit, which is the money. Psychological benefit, it is the image that it is giving to the world. Psychological benefit will end up bringing money over the years ahead. And so, same, as we go for World Cup, we want to go and sell Ghana on the map. It is up to us after crossing the hurdle to begin to put the strategies together, how we can punch in there and sell Ghana. So we are now going to strategize, because a few days ago we didn't know whether we're going or not. And so now that we know we're going, we are now going to map up a plan to penetrate and bring something back home.
What's your final comment on the Heritage Month that we've celebrated? Today is the very last day.
Yes.
And it's quite symbolic that you, as Deputy Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, are here with us on the nation's broadcaster, GTV. What's your comment to Ghanaians as far as tourism, arts and culture, and heritage are concerned?
I do not know who started it. Again, because we do not keep history, we do not keep some records on some of these things. I do not know who started this Heritage Month. Whether it's one of the media houses, I do not know which particular media house. But I think it is a good thing, but I knew it started from the media. I do not know who. Whoever did it, it's a good thing he started. We can only reinforce and make it bigger. The media, we pronounce some of the Ghanaian names wrongly.
Ekufu-Addo. It should be Akufu, right? Not Ekufu.
It is actually Ekufu.
Ekufu.
Akufu.
Akufu.
Not Akufu.
What is it?
Akufu.
Not A.
No.
Ah, okay.
Akufu.
Ah, okay.
Ado. Okay. There's a silent W at the end.
Okay.
It is the Ghanaians who say Ado.
Okay.
Because they took it from the Krapims.
Okay.
And they changed it to Ado.
Okay. I'll give you one too. Sugakofe.
Sugakofe. Yes.
Good.
You know, the media must help us, because when you pronounce the English words wrongly, they laugh. But when you pronounce the local ones wrongly, it is normal.
So we should be precise.
Yes, we should begin to have some confidence in the Ghanaian language, the Ghanaian food. I think even wache is changed. The wache I used to eat growing up from Nima, now they've made it some trendy wache and
with big beans and things.
Yes.
I don't understand
that one.
Wache.
Doesn't work.
I don't understand it myself.
Yes,
it's the beans, the rice, the talia, finish with the willy. Forget the baked beans and all that stuff, man. I agree. 100%.
Yes,
I agree.
So let's keep doing what we are doing. We at the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, we are down for it. We support you in the Heritage Month. I know somebody is saying that, but why is he wearing this?
I'm sure it's a Ghanaian designer.
This is made in Ghana. And so we support it. We cannot sell to the outsider if we have not made ours sexy enough. If we are not proud of what we have, what are we going to sell in the first place? So thank you, media. Corporate Ghana, those of us who supported financially, those of us who did some things in the offices to support the Heritage Month. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
New hashtag, make Ghana Heritage sexy, or make heritage sexy. It's used the sexy 2 times, so I have to put it in a hashtag. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Marco Gregomanto is the Deputy Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture, crowning our Heritage Month with giving us enough time to go and eat some serious tuzafi, ayoyo, and all the goodies. But we still have Power Dance Ensemble in the house to play us out with some really, really vigorous music and dance. You see, with this kind of performance, you don't even need to go to the gym. You dance and then you are done. All right? So you keep watching GTV. Our WhatsApp number is 055-556-1034. You can watch a repeat of today's show and watch this interview again from 11 p.m. tonight. God willing, we'll be here tomorrow for the very first day of April, the month in which Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah passed away 50 years ago in April. And we'll be reflecting on that and remembering him as part of our heritage as well. So you stay safe, take care, and let's end with Tower Dance Ensemble. Tower! Yes. Tower! Jesus. What you can't give us right now? Which kind of music it is? Bamaya, let's go to the north. Come on, let's go.
Next, African movie.